Good morning. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. This is our weekly meeting. It is August 30th and it is 9 a.m. We will recognize our existence with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Oath. Commissioner Ray.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 out of 7 commissioners present.
Great. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our Zoom format. We've got 47 folks listening in, and we appreciate them being with us. We will turn to our agenda, which is fairly full. We start with commissioner comments. At this point, if any commissioner has comments for us, please raise your hand. Commissioner McGowan and Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to let folks know that the biochar advisory working group met yesterday. Sorry, it's been busy. And I'm working to figure out how I can post materials so people, if they want to listen in or look at the discussions, will be able to do so. So stay tuned.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick update on the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. We'll be holding our first meeting on September 15th. It will be a virtual meeting. And really the first meeting is going to be a lot of introductions and introductory information associated with that meeting. But if anyone is interested, there is information around that meeting on our website, and agendas and additional information will be updated over the next couple of weeks.
Great. Thank you for that information. Folks, pay attention. Other commissioners with comments? Seeing none, we will move to our consent agenda. Does anyone have questions with regard to what is on our consent agenda? Seeing no questions, do we have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second. Motion and second to approve consent. Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda carries. We will now move to our first business agenda, or first non-consent agenda business agenda item. That is the Martinez-Irwin Fund request. This is from the Colorado School of Mines on produced water study. And we should elevate Mr. James Rosenblum from the Colorado School of Mines. Good morning. I would note, Mr. Rosenblum, that your materials were received by the commission about 6 minutes ago. So we've had no opportunity to review them. So you're going in cold. So with that, if you want to make sure that you are able to fully establish the request, that would be great.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Robbins, and thank you all commissioners for being here today and hearing about my Martinez-Irwin fund proposal. So today I'll be talking about essentially what we're looking to propose, and that is a demonstration scale pilot of DJ Basin produced water and its chemical characterization. Essentially, before I kind of jump in, the ask here is to support commercial lab analysis of the treatment study that we don't currently have the funds for. So this is a Department of Energy funded project, and we only have a certain amount of funds to support the team and the analysis. It's the small bit of analysis that we have. And so this funding would allow us to increase the analytical methods we're using to evaluate these waters, allowing us to measure more than 700 chemicals that otherwise wouldn't be possible without these funds. So with that, just want to kind of couple introductory slides here. So this text is pulled from the Colorado Produced Water Consortium documents. So in the overview, the 3 main goals are to develop an informed path for reuse and recycling of produced water. One of these areas is infield. Another one is potential outside of oil and gas operations, which is where this kind of proposal is focused on. The second is measures to address barriers associated with the utilization of produced water. And third which is very central to what I'll be talking about today, is the research to evaluate analytical and toxicological methods employed during produced water treatment and assess tools used to evaluate produced water and its potential for use outside the oil field. And it's really these two that are central to what the funds would support. And I also believe this aligns with the COGCC's commitment to ensure oil and gas development is protective of public health, safety, welfare, wildlife, and the environment, since this project would provide much needed data to evaluate the chemicals in produced water before and after treatment, with this research really focused on the treatment of produced water outside of oil and gas operations. So again, really would support these critical areas for the consortium. So kind of on to the basis here. So I'm a research professor at Colorado School of Mines, and I'm the principal investigator of a study that was funded by the Department of Energy. And it's a partnership between the National Energy Technology Laboratory, University of Pittsburgh, North Dakota, and Colorado School of Mines. And essentially, these light blue arrows represent what is the lab-based studies. So I should say Colorado School of Mines is leading the characterization and treatment of all the waters in the study. And we're specifically focused on the lab testing and demonstration scale research for Colorado or DJ Basin produced water. And so there are several partners, and we are leading the characterization and parts of the treatment. And so specifically, we are collecting Colorado-based produced water. We are performing various pre-treatments on this water. We are then desalinating through reverse osmosis and then shipping our concentrate, not the permeate, which would be the clean water. We are shipping that concentrate up to North Dakota for University of Pittsburgh to further concentrate up and recover more fresh water from this produced water. And so Colorado School of Mines will be, our team will be characterizing this water as well as treating this water up into what our limits are with reverse osmosis. And we've actually already kind of started this endeavor. And here's some pictures from the produced water in the back of our lab. These are in the 2 frac tanks, all within containment. And there's a few more pictures I have to kind of describe this. So really the big ask here is we did receive roughly $350,000 from the Department of Energy to support this work. However, on the water quality analysis, it's more general. So we're looking at pH, alkalinity, nutrients, total dissolved solids, which would be like the salt in the water, total organic carbon, oil and grease, and then metals and anions, and then just a couple organic constituents. And that's really all the budget we have to support this project. There's already a lot of money being put in to do the treatment and support staff and faculty and students. There's 1 grad student on the project. However, what we would really ideally use these funds for is to expand the amount of analysis we're able to do. And so kind of in the bold represents the things that are being funded currently, and the Martinez-Irwin funds would be used to expand this to over 700 chemicals analyzed. And this is really important because the funds we have now from the DOE are just kind of a small snapshot. The Martinez-Irwin funds would really allow us to kind of blow this up and look at, again, different chemicals that would be hydrocarbon-based, various metals like chromium-6 to mercury, and a suite of herbicides, PFAS or perfluoroalkyl chemicals, glycols, alcohols, really just normed dioxins, furans, a slew of different EPA approved methods that would allow us to really dive into the water through the treatment train. And in addition to the commercial lab analysis, it would free up even more funds within the project to do some in vitro bioassay testing. So these funds would be really critical to allowing us to really look across the gamut of current commercial water methods that exist by US EPA. So very, very important to really expand upon this research as we're starting down this path with the Produced Water Consortium to really provide us a great data set right out of the gate on this reuse of potential outside the oil field. And just some details on exactly what we're doing. So there's a number of pre-treatment steps. So these blue boxes represent the different pre-treatment steps before desalination. So we'll be removing suspended solids, iron, and chemically softening the water, removing the hardness. Then we will put it through a 5-micron filter to remove kind of the large particles. It'll then go through ultrafiltration to remove the small particles, creating a very clear water in terms of suspended solids. It'll then go through granular activated carbon and then reverse osmosis for desalination. And I'll kind of just walk you through what this looks like in our lab. Is here are these frac tanks that are storing the water with the initial iron and softening. From there, it will go through the 5-micron filter socks. Then from there, it is going to go through ultrafiltration from our feed tank, our backwash tank, and our RO feed tank, which is storing the water after it's been through ultrafiltration, in this case, activated carbon. And then here's Noah, our grad student, but this is our reverse osmosis pilot. And so we're doing about 1 to 2 gallons per minute through this system. And again, the goal here is to really expand upon the analysis we can do. We're already spending all this time and effort to bring the water, treat the water, properly dispose of all fluids after, and really want to expand on the analytical methods that we can do. And just to kind of, I know folks haven't seen, the commissioners have not seen the budget or the proposal. So here is the detailed kind of budget of what the analytical methods are, the number of samples, their individual costs, broken all the way down to the total for chemical analysis. We are working with Newfield's lab as they need budget to manage on their end, as well as compile all the data, since the waters will go to 5 different labs and they will be received at different times as the waters kind of come through the treatment system, as well as shipping coolers overnight to these labs for a total of $67,000 to support the analytical budget. And all of this money would be paid to the analytical labs with none of the funds coming to mines. All of this is just to support the commercial lab analysis, since the funds we have from the DOE cannot leave the School of Mines. So even if we had the budget, we couldn't pay for a commercial lab to do this. And then here is just kind of for perspective, here's our budget from the DOE. So the idea here is the DOE is already spending almost $350,000 to generate these waters. Why not, just with a small bit of, or not small, but it's still a substantial amount of money, almost $70,000 to support additional analysis. But the Department of Energy is already spending a lot of money to do this, to generate these waters. So I think this would be a perfect opportunity to leverage these funds with Martinez-Irwa's funds to really expand the amount of analysis we could do. And just to kind of put this in a visual perspective, the top left corner, these represent the bottles that analysis we will be doing specifically, just to kind of see how many samples there are. These would be the commercial lab analysis from these large gallon bottles, or for naturally occurring radioactive materials, and the whole suite from inorganics to organics. And in addition to that, we also are storing up additional totes of permeated water for colleagues that at some point might want to study these waters. A colleague at Colorado State University that's been doing a lot of plant-based studies. He and I have been talking about using this permeate for them to do some plant-based studies as well. So separate of this ask, but the idea is if we're spending this money and time to generate this water, we want to get as much data out of it as possible. And this is again the ask. So from an outcomes perspective, again, the hope here is to leverage DOE funds with Martinez-Irwin funds to increase the number of chemicals that we can analyze for. Again, that's more than 700 chemicals, using standard US EPA methods to improve our understanding of what is in the produced water and what might remain following the treatment. So that's really important to think as we're going from maybe a black produced water through this to this relatively clean permeate, as we would call, with low salinity, less than 500 milligrams per liter. And again, the goal here would be provide demonstration scale water quality data from Colorado through a treatment train and provide that data to the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. And then finally, this water quality data generated from the treatment system will be compiled in an Excel file, summarized in a written report. And this report will be shared with the COGCC, the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, to evaluate this treatment train and the analytical methods used against future research or other industrial pilots targeting beneficial reuse of produced water outside of oil and gas operations. And that is it for my slides. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer. But again, the hope is to really just to leverage these funds that are already being spent and the work that's already happening here at Mines.
Great, thank you very much. I see that we have ECMC Arthur Kupsel that has visualized himself. Mr. Kupsel, would you like to add any additional perspective from the commission, and then we can open it up for questions?
I don't have a whole lot to add. I think James covered it pretty well. I would tend to support this. It does go along with the mission of the Produce Water Consortium. So I think that this is something that the commission should support.
Great. Do we have questions for the panel? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rosenblum, for the presentation. And I'm sorry we didn't get to read it beforehand. Can you clarify? I feel like your total ask was 62, but you were saying 67. So I just want to clarify how much funding.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you are correct. Sorry. 62,760. Yeah.
Okay. And then this isn't me knowing, maybe not even enough to be dangerous, but is there a difference between a demonstration level data collection and a statistically significant data? Like, what do you mean by demonstration level, and what might we be able to get out of this? Because it looks like 10 samples of each constituent.
So yeah, so that the idea here is demonstration is about the scale. So I joked that my PhD was done in basically a milk jug. That was, what my research was done on. And this is at a much larger scale at, through the whole system, about 2 gallons per minute, processing roughly 20,000 gallons. So the demonstration is more about the scale at which the treatment is occurring and less about the number of samples that we're doing. And that's the idea, is that we are kind of compiling into a very large tank, and then we're mixing the tank and grabbing our samples from it. So it's more about the scale at which the research is happening, which is pretty rare for an academic university, versus the number of samples that, ideally we would do this 10 times and have 100 samples and really have the statistical power. But the demonstration is more about just the size of the system.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, why weren't you asking to do 100 samples of each?
Well,
wise or time wise, or limitation for your ability to,
just purely a cost perspective. It's so expensive per sample. Essentially, and it's all relative. I think it's very expensive, $6,300 per sample. So we could always do more, but to me, if we could just get a snapshot of that and have this large data set through the treatment train for these, at this point, almost 800 chemicals when you factor in the commercial lab with what we're doing, which would give us a very nice data set kind of moving forward of what's present, what methods would be, valuable to look at going forward with other research. And then when other folks, did perform research, if they had more data or more samples or more funds, then could expand or really kind of use this data set as their what methods do we need to include and which ones maybe we don't.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that you're like trying to put pieces together and funding pieces together. That's appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Rosenblum, for the presentation. And I certainly made some inferences on this, but can you talk just a little bit about the ultimate utility of the results, especially the additional commercial lab analysis? How besides just kind of figuring out what's what, how do you see that being used subsequent to your research?
So a big part would be understanding what constituents are present. So when we think about what, fit for purpose water, what could this water potentially be used for after, its final treatment step? So understanding what that water could be used for from a water quality perspective would be really important. Looking at, trying to compare it to different water qualities would be one. Two, what remains, what constituents remain following this, kind of complex treatment train, and where are they going to understand that, I think could be really important, as well as, from a ideally, kind of applying these, the data through some risk frameworks to understand, which constituents that potentially do remain, are the most hazardous, and what could we do going forward to remove those as an additional polishing step or treatment step. And really the goal here is, what fit could this water has if, again, this notion of fit for purpose water.
Thank you. I appreciate that response, as we often talk about, potential uses for produced water. So thank you for elaborating on that. One final question. Martinez-Irwin funds, as per our order, can be used to fund, let me read it, additional public projects that would protect or otherwise aid ECMC in fulfilling its mission to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Again, I certainly can make my own inferences, but can you give us your opinion on how this project accomplishes that goal?
Yeah, certainly. I think it very well aligns in terms of ensuring the highest quality water, that in the scenario where somebody does decide to permit and discharge this water to the environment, if that ever did occur, ensuring that it's of the highest quality, and that we are looking for both things that we know are there, and then also looking for the unknowns that we're not thinking about now that there's targeted methods for. So really, I think it's kind of trying to develop methods and what methods need to be used to evaluate this water to ensure the highest quality water is put into the environment to protect the environment and the public health.
Thanks, Mr. Rosenblum. I appreciate that. And I would certainly add to that, from my perspective, the importance of continuing to examine how to reuse produced water rather than dispose of it. So thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you're doing along that front. Appreciate the presentation today. That's all for me, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
So thank you, Commissioner Ackerman.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Rosenblum, for being here and presenting. And just to add, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to add a little bit of color to the presentation as well from my perspective. In the initial work of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, prior to the formal designation of it, we had a lot of conversations around beneficial use to produce water outside the oil field. And I think one of the things that continued to be an important topic was this concept of needing to better understand the research gaps associated with beneficial use of produced water outside of the oil field, and better understanding treatment protocols and constituents associated with produced water and treatment mechanisms to to best remove the different constituents that are identified, and really ultimately the need to do significantly more research around this topic to ensure the protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources as we look at potential beneficial use of produced water outside the oil field. And so I think from my perspective, being able to expand the work that's being done here to look at 700 additional constituents is a giant step forward in continuing that analysis of what research gaps need to be addressed as a potential barrier for beneficial reuse of produced water. And so appreciate Dr. Rosenblum and his team presenting this today. And just if anyone has any questions as far as process goes, I know we've done this a couple of times. But the process is that an applicant for Martinez-Irwin funds does propose a proposal to ECMC through myself, which then gets forwarded on to ECMC staff. ECMC staff have an opportunity to weigh in on the benefits of that proposal, and then it comes before commission, which is where we're at today. This commission will make a decision on whether or not to fund the proposal, and at that point, it then goes on to Occidental Petroleum, who also has an opportunity to weigh in, and at which point, if we determine and they determine that it's appropriate to fund this, then the project gets funded. So today's decision is whether or not ECMC Commission determines whether or not this is appropriate for funding.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, seeing no further questions, does any commissioner desire to make a motion concerning the request? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion will be to approve this request. I'm particularly supportive of this project as it furthers the very important work of determining beneficial uses for produced water rather than deep well injection that we've seen in the past. And the more that we can facilitate that, I'm very supportive of that. And I very much appreciate, in this brief look that we've had at it and the budget that was been put forward, I very much appreciate that 100% of the funds from this particular request are going to expand the study and specifically to expand the analysis of the produced water. I think that's a great approach. And so I'm supportive and make a motion that we approve this request.
We have a
Second.
motion. Do we have a second? A second from Commissioner McGowan. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go forward with your good work, and we look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Rosenblum. And thank you, Mr. Kupsel, for being with us today.
Thank you, everyone. I look forward to sharing the data.
Awesome. All right. We now have on our agenda a break, but I think we can continue forward for a bit before we take our morning break. The next matter on our agenda is commission discussion of extractions Coyote Trails APDs Form 2s. I do want to look and see if we have Mr. Priscilla in the audience, and if so, give him an opportunity to speak to this matter. My understanding is he is the attorney for extraction on the matter. And the matter that's before us is really just one discrete point. I'll let Mr. Priscilla show up before I illuminate that point. Good morning, Mr. Priscilla. Good to have you with us. I was just indicating to the commissioners, the matter before us is one discrete point. It has nothing to do with the substance of the Form 2s. It has everything to do with whether the commission, number one, has authority to elevate consideration of the Form 2s to itself, and then whether the commission desires to utilize that authority to elevate the consideration of the Form 2s to the commission. That's it. I do understand from discussions that you've had with our AAG that you perhaps wanted to spend a few minutes talking to us about that discrete issue. And if I am accurate, I would recognize you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Joe. For the record, my name is Joe Priscilla with Wellborn Sullivan, Meck and Tooley on behalf of Extraction Oil and Gas. It is, yes, our position is that we understand that this topic came up at last week's hearing based on some letters that were submitted by some local governments regarding certain pending Form 2s that Extraction has with the staff. And I think your description, Chair Robbins, is accurate as to what the issue is before you here today. It is Extraction's position that review of Form 2 application for permit to drill remains exclusively with staff and the director, that the commission itself has delegated that authority pursuant to Rule 308 during the mission change rulemaking to staff and the director. And I think if you look at Rule 308, it is clear that the rule contemplate Rule 308C specifically, that regarding administrative approval or denial of a Form 2 is left entirely with the discretion of the director for that review, approval, or denial, and that the only circumstance in which the commission would take up a review of a Form 2 would be if the director was to have denied a Form 2, and then it would be the operator's opportunity to appeal that decision to the commission. But there is nothing in Rule 308 that allows the commission to take up a review of a pending Form 2. And I think even more so, the statement of basis and purpose is crystal clear as to whether staff or the commission has the authority to review a Form 2. And I would quote from the statement of basis and purpose as to Rule 308C. It states, unlike oil and gas development plans, the commission determined that Form 2s should be subject to administrative review and approval by the director rather than review by the commission. Because Form 2s involve purely downhole subsurface considerations, the commission determined that they should be solely reviewed by the commission staff of expert geologists and engineers. Senate Bill 19-181 did not displace the commission's role as the expert and only government body with authority over downhole engineering issues for oil and gas operations. To insulate the commission staff of expert geologists and engineers from outside concerns, the commission determined that administrative review of Form 2s based on solely technical and engineering considerations is appropriate. The exception to administrative review of a Form 2 is that, should the director deny a Form 2, the Form 2 applicant may appeal that decision to the commission. The commission determined that this appeal right is necessary to ensure due process. With respect, and I'll stop there for a moment, and with respect to the content of the letters, or excuse me, the treatment of those letters that were submitted, I think the next provision in the statement of basis of purpose is directive. Says some stakeholders also suggested that Form 2s be subject to a formal public comment process akin to the process for public review and comment on an oil and gas development plan. For the reasons explained above, the director determined that public comment on a Form 2 is unnecessary and that decisions about Form 2s should be left to the commission's expert staff. However, consistent with prior practice, the commission staff will add the proposed well locations for in-process Form 2s to the commission's internal and external online mapping system while the Form 2 is being considered. I think that the rule and the statement of basis and purposes is clear and resolves this issue that these pending Form 2s must stay with staff and the director's review, and that the commission is without authority. The last point that I would bring up is with respect to Rule 503A, commission's own motion. And that rule provides that the commission may, on its own motion, initiate proceedings upon any question relating to oil and gas operations in the state of Colorado. Oil and gas operations is a defined term. Oil and gas operations means exploring for oil and gas, including conducting seismic operations and the drilling of test bores, siting, drilling, deepening, recompleting, reworking, or abandoning a well, producing operations related to any well, including installing flow lines, the generating, transporting, storing, treating, or disposing, exploration and production wastes, and any constructing, site preparing, or reclaiming activities associated with such operations. I think if you read the context of that definition, that is addressing activities, actual on-the-ground activities that are taking place. It is not speaking to permitting, which, as I explained before, has been delegated solely to the commission staff and the director. And so with that, I just state for the record, Extraction's objection to the commission taking up review of these Form 2s. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pashala. I'm glad that we were able to hear from you from your client's perspective. Commissioners, the matter remains before us as to whether we believe we have authority to elevate consideration of the Form 2s to ourselves for a hearing, and if so, whether we desire to utilize that authority. I appreciate Mr. Pershela's recognition of Rule 503A, which provides that the commission may, on its own motion, initiate proceedings upon any question related to oil and gas operations in the state of Colorado or to the administration of the act by notice of hearing. I believe that 503A is the rule that we have adopted that allows us to bring before us anything related to oil and gas operations. I believe that includes drilling of wells, and a person must have an approved Form 2 from the ECMC to drill a well in Colorado. I believe that the act authorizes ECMC to require permits for oil and gas operations, the pending Form 2s are clearly related to oil and gas operations and administration of the Act. I believe Rule 503A authorizes the Commission to act on its motion to hear the pending Form 2s. I would note for the record that the Form 2A was approved on November 20th of 2017. I would note for the record that 14 of the 45 APDs have been approved and are drilled in a first occupation, which was in 2017 and 2018. And I believe what we are considering is the movement of 7 pending APD Form 2s that are submitted to the ECMC. I also note for the record that we've received letters of concern from 2 local governments. Given all the foregoing and notwithstanding Mr. Prashala's argument, I make a motion to move to direct staff to issue a notice to set the question of whether to approve the pending Form 2s and whether to attach any reasonable and necessary conditions of approval or best management practices to the pending Form 2s for a hearing before the Commission. That is my motion. Does any commissioner desire to have questions or second said motion?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Messner. Commissioner Cross has raised his hand. I don't know if that was for a second or for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say I am going to second that motion and just a little bit of discussion with relation to what Mr. Prashala brought up. I think, as you noted in your comments, I think it's important that there is a distinction between what oil and gas operations are, but I think as is clear in Rule 503A, it talks about any issue relating to oil and gas operations. And I think permitting is obviously something that relates to those oil and gas operations that are discussed. I think key for me, and also wanting to second this motion, is the idea that there can be an appeal process before the Commission. And so I do not think that it's something that the Commission is banned from hearing or not able to hear about. So I think given the level of public input that we've had on this issue already, I do think it's appropriate for us to take it up sooner rather than later, such as a potential appeal process.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? AAG Davenport, thank you for being with us. Did you have any comments relative to the motion before us?
No, I don't have any additional comments. I just note, I do have an additional comment. I want to be clear for anyone listening in, as well as the commissioners, that the motion is to notice this for hearing, a future hearing in front of the Commission. So this would follow, if approved by the Commission, the standard hearing process. There would be a notice, and then it would work its way to the Commission eventually for a hearing on the merits of the pending Form 2s.
Okay, no, I appreciate the clarification. Any further discussion from commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Mr. Prashala, thank you again for being with us this morning. We will look forward to the substance of the matter at a future date, and you will be so informed.
Thank you for the opportunity to lodge our objection.
Very good. Okay, so the next matter on our agenda is consideration of the first oil and gas development plan. Why don't we take 15 minutes and get that teed up with the appropriate parties and witnesses, et cetera. It is 9:38. I don't know, let's return at 9:50. Thanks. Closing in on getting everybody back up and running. We can stop the screen share. Thank you. We're still awaiting a commissioner. All right, we have all of our commissioners present. We will now recognize docket 2203-00066. This is an oil and gas development plan. The applicant is CPX Piance Holdings LLC. Would request the attorneys for the applicant to recognize themselves so that we've got the record created. Mr. Ratliff?
Yeah. Chair Robbins, my name is Dale Ratliff with Williams, Weiss, Pebble and Ferguson, and I represent CPX Peons Holdings, LLC.
Great, thank you very much. I believe the order of play here is going to be public comment first, followed by CPX presentation, and then commissioner questions and deliberations. I believe we had one person that signed up for public comment, Delia Malone. Is Ms. Malone with us? Good morning.
Good morning.
You are recognized for public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners. I am Delia Malone. I'm Wildlife Chair of Colorado Sierra Club. Sierra Club is opposed to the proposed pipeline and gas well development in the area. Senate Bill 181 requires the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to protect wildlife, biological resources when permitting oil and gas operations, which are explicitly required to be safeguarded. SB 181 has provided us an opportunity to protect wildlife and biological resources from the many negative impacts of oil and gas operations to our natural world. This law changed the mandate of COGC from fostering oil and gas operations to protecting people, wildlife, and the environment. Naturally, biologically diverse ecosystems resist and protect against the negative impacts of climate warming that has resulted from fossil fuel development. The proposed pipeline and well pad development area is identified by CPW as a high priority habitat for native species, including breeding habitat for northern goshawk, winter and calving habitat for elk, summer habitat for mule deer, summer and winter habitat for Canada lynx, all species that are essential in maintaining functional, healthy ecosystems that are resilient to climate warming. Peer-reviewed science documents the many negative impacts of oil and gas development on wildlife and wildlands, including habitat loss from fragmentation and modified habitat use as development density increases. We could expect those negative impacts here if this development goes forward. This oil and gas development is also antithetical to 181 and to Colorado's legally mandated goal of achieving climate neutrality by reducing overall greenhouse gas emissions below 2005 levels, 2005 levels by 2025. But this project would do nothing to achieve climate neutrality and instead would fuel the ongoing climate warming. 181 has provided a historic opportunity to protect wildlife and biological resources from oil and gas operations. This law changed the mandate to foster wildlife and to protect people and the environment. Colorado Sierra Club urges the COGC to follow 181 and deny the proposed development. These vital aspects of our environment should be safeguarded to the same extent as human health and welfare. Indeed, our natural resources are the foundation of human health. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Quick question. You indicate that you're with the Colorado Sierra Club. Are your comments individual, or has the Sierra Club taken a public position relative to the comments you've made?
My comments are endorsed by the Colorado Sierra Club, so they are not individual. They are on behalf of the Colorado Sierra Club.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Any
Thank you.
questions for the witness? All right, seeing no questions, we will move on to a presentation by the applicant and the applicant's attorney.
Okay. Chair Robbins, do you want to do the swearing in of witnesses now?
Yeah,
or
that's a good idea. I see Ms. A.G. Mercer has visualized herself. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for everyone on the panel, I'll just go one by one and ask you to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. So I'll start with Mr. Kurtenbach.
My name is Nicholas Kurtenbach, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Nash.
My name is Clayton Nash, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Feldkamp?
My name is Tom Feldkamp. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Clark?
My name is Brian Clark, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the panel who need to be sworn in?
We have Gwen Brodsky.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Brodsky. Please go ahead.
Gwen Brodsky, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. All right.
And we also have Kent Ryder.
I'm sorry. Mr. Ryder, if you're able to turn on your video, please do. If not, no big deal. We'll trust that you are raising your right hand, stating your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. We can't hear you if you're speaking. You seem to.
He must be having a technical difficulty. I suspect we can.
You want to move on without Mr. Ryder for the time being, and if it becomes necessary, we'll try to.
I think that makes most sense at this time. And
Okay.
then the only other procedural item, Chair Robbins, was Garfield County had wanted to make comment. I know they'd coordinated with staff, but hadn't heard back. And so I don't know if you want them to speak beforehand or after.
Was that Kirby Wen?
Yeah. Kirby.
I'm just looking to see if I don't see that he's in the panel, or he's. I'm looking in the attendee list, and I'm not seeing him.
Okay. The other person that's on the panel on behalf of
Oh
Garfield.
wait,
Yep.
I see Mr. Wen is now as an attendee. Staff, if we could elevate Mr. Wen to the panel, that would be great. There we go. Good morning, Mr. Wen. Good to have you with us. If you'd like to speak to this project on behalf of Garfield County, we'd love to hear from you.
Thanks, appreciate it. Not sure what the lighting problem is on my video, but anyway, yeah, my name is Kirby Wayne. I'm the oil and gas liaison for Garfield County. And we just wanted to visit with y'all briefly and address any local permitting questions that y'all might have, let you know that we're here for that. But we take oil and gas permitting pretty seriously over in Garfield County. We've had a couple of them go through our full process, including county commissioner review, including this one. And with that, I'd like to leave it with, we have a consultant that we work with, Jessica Donahue with Ardor Environmental, was one of our lead technical folks that assisted us through the permitting process. So I will invite her to give you a brief overview of how we looked at this permit and what we're thinking about it.
All right, we are elevating Ms. Donahue as we speak. Good morning, Ms. Donahue.
Good morning, commissioners. For the record, my name is Jessica Donahue with Ardor Environmental, and for something new and different today, I am here on behalf of Garfield County. Ardor was contracted by Garfield County to support their oil and gas location land use permitting program. We thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding Garfield County's oil and gas site permit process and CPX's TP Park Ranch Well Pad 36A project that is on today's docket. The TPR Well Pad 36A was reviewed and processed under Garfield County Land Use Code as permit number OGDA 01238930. All files associated with the processing and review of this permit are publicly accessible through the Garfield County Land Use Permitting Online Database. CPX's TPR Well Pad 36A application was submitted to add new wells to an existing oil and gas location. Garfield County's Land Use and Development Code for Oil and Gas Regulations require the applicant to obtain a county permit pursuant to Garfield County Land Use Code 902-F, which, to paraphrase, states that a Garfield County permit is required if an operator is required to conduct an alternative location analysis as per ECMC Rule 304 B2B Ruminant 1 through 7 or 8, and 10, or if an applicant is requiring a variance pursuant to ECMC Rule 502 from the requirements of Rule 423 in regards to noise, or Rule 424 in regards to lighting, or is requesting a noise level higher than otherwise allowed under Table 423-1. CPX was required to pursue a Garfield County permit due to Garfield County Code 902F 1. The applicant was required to conduct an alternative location analysis as per ECMC Rule 304B2B, Ruminant 7. The location is immediately upgradient of a riparian corridor. And Ruminant 8, the existing location is within 300 feet of ECMC Rule 1202C1R, cutthroat trout high priority habitat. Pursuant to Garfield County's oil and gas permitting process, a pre-application meeting was held on September 15th, 2021, which was attended by representatives from CPX, Garfield County staff, Ardor Environmental on behalf of Garfield County, and ECMC staff. A second pre-application meeting occurred November 28th, 2022. At the second pre-application conference, it was determined that a formal neighborhood meeting as per Garfield County Code 9203-D was not necessary. The neighbors for the project consist of U.S. Forest Service, CPX, and CPX's grazing tenant, who is also CPX's operations manager. CPX's TPR well pad 36A oil and gas application was received by Garfield County on December 29th, 2022, and deemed technically complete on February 22nd, 2023. It was then transmitted to referral agencies, including Garfield County departments. All referral comments were received by March 31st, 2023. No public comments relevant to the location were received for this project during the public comment period. One private individual did provide comment at the commission hearing, but the comments were not related to the oil and gas location and consisted of items related to road concerns further away on the U.S. Forest Service. CPX's ECMC oil and gas development plan was deemed complete on June 23rd, 2023. CPX informed Garfield County of the OGDP progress and scheduled the Garfield County hearing. The notice of Garfield County public hearing was sent to the required parties and published in the Rifle Citizen Telegram on July 20th, 2023. The Garfield County Board of County Commissioners held a public hearing on the application August 21st, 2023. CPX, Garfield County staff, and myself all provided testimony to the commissioners and answered questions from the commissioners. The Garfield County Commissioners approved the TPR well pad 36A permit application with conditions. From the land use perspective, this location is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and by utilizing existing disturbance, the location further limits impacts to the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the folks from Garfield County? Commissioner Ackerman and Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Mr. Wynn, thank you for being here. Ms. Donahue, thank you for being here. Mr. Wynn, my question is for you. Do you, in considering these permits from a local perspective, work closely with CPW? And in this specific project, if so, in the specific project, did you and your staff communicate with CPW and determine the best path forward from a wildlife perspective?
We do, and we did. They're one of our referral agencies, so we go out to them to ask them for any sort of input. Jessica may have some details on information they may have provided us directly during our process.
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner. As Kirby mentioned, CPW is one of the referral agencies that was contacted regarding the project. They provided some comments that were incorporated into the Garfield County staff recommendation. And there was several opportunities and correspondences between the operator, Garfield County, and CPW to fine-tune conditions and requests to make sure that the project was protective of the surrounding wildlife.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Donahue and Mr. Wynn for being here and presenting on the local government decision. I wonder if you could talk about the conditions of approval that were associated with the local government permit. I think you indicated that there were conditions. I don't have a copy of the local government decision, so I can't reference those conditions, but if you could let me know what those are.
I'll let Jessica step through those.
Of course, let me pull them up real quick. Most of the conditions are
just that CPX continues to work with the various agencies such as Garfield County Road and Bridge, provide some additional documentation to the health department regarding their potable water and things like that during drilling operations, as well as the CPW recommendations were regarding scheduling the timing for some traffic and items like that through the habitats.
So there was 3 conditions.
There were a total of 16, I believe.
Okay.
And we could certainly send over those conditions. So you can see them all in writing, but she covered the main themes.
Thank you for that. Yeah, if you could send it over, that'd be great. I think it's important when possible to have those local government decisions as part of the information provided. So thank you.
All right, so we'll ask Garfield to send that to Ms. Larson and Ms. Amaro, and then we can get it to the commissioners for their attention. Further questions for Garfield County? All right, seeing none, I believe procedurally we would recognize the applicant and its attorneys.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Garfield County. Thank you, Chair Robbins. Thank you, commissioners. I'd like to share my screen and begin our presentation. Fantastic. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, again, good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chair Robbins. My name is Dale Ratliff with Williams, Weiss, Pebble, and Ferguson, and I represent CPX Peons Holdings, LLC. CPX would like to thank the commission for its time today and thank ECMC staff for their time and effort in reviewing this OGDP application. A particular thank you to Sabrina Trask for her role and leadership as the OGLA reviewer. With me today, who were introduced briefly already, are Nick Kurtenbach, CPX's CEO, Brian Clark, CPX's operations manager, Gwen Brodsky, CPX's permitting and regulatory consultant from AIATA Technical, Tom Feldkamp, CPX's geology consultant from High Ground Interests, Ken Ryder, CPX's biology consultant, and Clayton Nash, CPX's process engineer from Tegray Corporation. We have a fair amount of ground to cover today, but I promise we'll be as efficient as possible. CPX's presentation today will provide an overview of the OGDP, a description of CPX's TP Park Ranch, which we'll also describe as TPR for short, a description of the 6 years of environmental planning that preceded this OGDP application, and a discussion of the high priority habitat on TPR, CPX's alternative location analysis, the technology and best practices being implemented to protect the environment, and CPX's variance request. On September 21st of last year, the commission approved the first 2 OGDPs on TPR. The TPR Pad 25A OGDP for the drilling and production of natural gas from one existing location on TPR, well Pad 25A, and the TPR Pad 25B OGDP for the development of a temporary water support pad, Pad 25B. Today, CPX is requesting to amend the TPR Pad 25A OGDP to approve drilling and production from another existing location on TPR, well Pad 36A. The locations in Section 36, Township 7 South, Range 94 West in Garfield County, approximately 9 miles south of Rifle. CPX owns 100% of the surface. Pad 36A is existing and was constructed in 2008. There will be no new surface disturbance. The location is 5.45 acres. The existing working pad surface is 2.06 acres. And after interim reclamation, the production pad will be 1.34 acres. Pad 36A had 3 previously permitted wells under a prior operator. The wells were not completed. The permits have expired. 1 well had conductor and casing set, and CPX has plugged and abandoned this well. CPX is now proposing to drill 32 new natural gas wells from Pad 36A. The majority of the wells will produce CPX-owned fee minerals, and CPX is also proposing to drill 7 wells that will develop federal minerals leased by CPX. CPX will use its approved Pad 25A for a frac support pad. It will use its approved Pad 25B for a temporary water support pad that will let CPX reuse and recycle produced water. CPX will use a new UIC well approved for pad 25A for produced water disposal. And CPX will use buried flow lines during production for natural gas, condensate, and produced water. Well pad 36A mineral development area will add approximately 366 acres to the already approved 415 acre mineral development area for pad 25A for a combined 766 acre mineral development area for the amended OGDP. The OGDP conforms to basin-wide order 1229 for the Williams Fork and Isles formations. No spacing orders needed. The location is remote. It's approximately 2.5 miles from the nearest residence. No public comments were received during the public comment period, and no petitions were filed on the application. Nick Kurtenbach will now describe CPX's TP Park Ranch in greater detail.
All right. Thanks, Dale. Good morning, commissioners and Chair Robbins. And again, thank you for your time, and thank you to Sabrina Trask and staff for the coordination on this application. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here today as well. We introduced the commission to CPX and TP Park Ranch during the approval process for pad 25A OGDP last year in September. But to quickly recap, CPX is a privately held natural resource development company headquartered in Houston, Texas. CPX has owned TP Park Ranch since 2015. CPX is an operator in good standing with ECMC, and CPX is current on its financial assurance. CPX owns in its entirety the 4,350 acre TP Park Ranch located in Garfield County. TPR was historically used for logging, grazing, and shell extraction. TPR was initially developed for natural gas in 2008 by a previous operator. There are 2 constructed well pads on the site, pad 25A, which was approved last year, and pad 36, which we're talking about today. Both were constructed nearly 15 years ago. Pad 25A has 2 producing natural gas wells on it. Its OGDP was approved September 21st of last year for 34 new natural gas wells. And we were also approved for the conversion of 1 drilled but uncompleted well to a UIC well for CPX produced water. Combined, the well pads make up about 10 acres of the 4,350 acre ranch. We've been master planning TP Park since we acquired it in 2015. The singular goal we've kept in mind is how can we best develop TP Park while adhering to our cornerstone principles of land stewardship and low impact development. After all, we do own the ranch, and it is very special to us. We've consistently and openly engaged with multiple agencies every step of the way, and that list includes CPW, ECMC, CDPH&E, Garfield County, U.S. Forest Service, and BLM throughout this process. With that mentality, CPX has undertaken a large number of environmental initiatives over the last 6 years with the mantra to reuse and recycle wherever we can possible on the property. Many of these multi-year projects to position CPX to develop TP Park in the most efficient and least impactful way possible. We described these projects at our hearing last September, but they are worth reiterating here. The south half of the figure you're seeing on the screen here is TP Park Ranch. The north half in green is U.S. Forest Service. The slide shows that we closed and reclaimed a former produced water pit used by a previous operator. That land is now reused as a cattle corral. We applied to ECMC in Garfield County to convert and reuse an existing uncompleted well or DUC on pad 25A to a UIC well for disposal of CPX only water, which in turn will drastically reduce truck traffic for the project. In 2018, we buried 3 miles of natural gas, condensate, and water flow lines to a new tank pad near the county road to reduce truck traffic. We built this pad called Pad 2 tank near County Road 317 for liquids load out, specifically to take truck traffic off the Forest Service Road 824. We built a portion of FS 824 to move the entire road alignment out of high priority habitat along Beaver Creek. We provide a road easement to the Forest Service for public access across CPX private property to get onto Forest Service Road 824. We also provide a trail easement to the Forest Service for the public use of trails across CPX private property. We constructed a public use trailhead for Forest Service, which is popular with local recreation users as well. Rebuilding FS 824 to move it out of high priority habitat was a significant project that CPX undertook in 2018. We had excellent collaboration with U.S. Forest Service in Garfield County. The slide shows the rebuilt portion of Forest Service Road 824 signified by the red lines. The old FS 824 ran along the edge of Beaver Creek Road, which is designated high priority habitat for cutthroat trout. CPX independently financed, engineered, and reconstructed FS 824 750 feet out of high priority habitat. Following construction, we reclaimed and vegetated the closed portion of the former FS 824 and turned the reclaimed road into a public use trail. We built stormwater diversions and armored culverts all along FS 824, many of them by hand. The road reduces potential for sediment and runoff into Beaver Creek, and it significantly upgrades public use and access for recreation. Finally, this slide 7 illustrates some of the improvements I mentioned. The Pad 2 tank terminal on the left-hand side of your screen here was built in 2018 to eliminate truck traffic off of the Forest Service Road during production. Many of the engineered stormwater controls were armored culverts that were laid by hand. This is the image you see in the middle of the page to control runoff to Beaver Creek. The new trailhead on the right-hand side of the screen improves access for hikers, hunters, and skiers, and provides a large turnout for horse trailers as well. In summary, we've done a lot of work at TP Park Ranch over the past 6 years to prepare for a master planned, thoughtful development, much with coordination from multiple agencies as mentioned. As owners and stewards of TPR, we're proud of this work and feel we've positioned TPR well for responsible and efficient development. Now, Gwen Brodsky, our CPX's Pad 36A in relation to high priority habitat.
Thank you, Nick and commissioners. Getting into some details now, Pad 36A was constructed in 2008. It's now within the Rule 1202 C1R high priority habitat buffer for cutthroat trout. The east half of the pad is in the 300 to 500 foot buffer, where CPW granted a waiver for HPH with the BMPs listed in the rule. The west half of the pad is within the 300 foot buffer. There, CPW provided a recommendation for a variance under Rule 309 E5E. CPW provided the waiver and variance recommendation in June 2021 and renewed them in July 2022. CPW consultations were conducted with the Northwest Land Use Specialist, the Northwest Energy Liaison, District Wildlife Ranger, and a CPW aquatic biologist. CPW consultations included on-site visits for CPW to view firsthand the environmental setting, Beaver Creek, and Pad 36A runoff and sediment controls. And CPW concluded that it incentivizes the use of already disturbed locations when no adverse impacts are anticipated. They stated that construction of a new location, instead of continued use of this existing location, would cause undesired disturbance and habitat fragmentation and would pose more risk to high priority habitat and the watershed. CPW also granted a related waiver under Rule 1202A3 for staging, refueling, and chemical storage within 500 feet of a stream. So after mission change rulemaking expanded and revised requirements for the cutthroat trout buffer, CPX made consultation with CPW the first priority, including a site visit to the TPR locations. In all, as shown here, CPX conducted 8 consultation events with local, state, and federal agencies over 2 years and received 5 waivers or variance recommendations for Pad 36A. CPX also conducted an alternative location analysis because the variance provision for the location continued to require an ALA. CPX considered 4 alternatives. The analysis was rigorous. CPX did a boots on the ground field review for each location. The CPX CEO, operations manager, and consultants all participated. CPX did preliminary layout and civil review for each location, quantified earthwork, and laid out the needed road building. CPX used ECMC guidance and the ECMC comparative matrix to analyze the locations and documented them in a 36-page document with field photos, aerial maps, topographic maps, and conceptual design figures. And the alternatives have certain advantages. Each would be between 50 and 400 feet outside of HPH. 3 of the 4 would remain on private surface. All of the alternatives are greater than a mile from a residence. The alternatives actually exceed well pad 36A's ability to reach bottom hole options for natural gas production. There's also a historical logging road that can be reconstructed to use for access. However, the alternatives are significantly encumbered by disadvantages. Locations in the mineral development area are limited by high priority habitat and topography. In these views, HPH is shaded, I should say. And these are assumed tributaries to Beaver Creek. The existing pad 36A is actually the flattest area not otherwise on a ridgetop. When locations are in steep terrain, they require more cut and fill and haul traffic to level a pad. Use of the logging road for access can avoid HPH. In contrast to pad 36A, new locations remove mature stands of trees. Fragment habitat requires steep road building, require buried flow lines in remote areas, require long runs of surface frac lines, and require stabilization of these new disturbances to avoid erosion and runoff. And these photos help to illustrate what CPX found in the field. The historical logging road on the left is not readily usable. It requires tree removal, widening, installing switchbacks for heavy loads, aggregate surfacing, and stormwater controls. The timber in the middle photo is mature aspen and Engelmann spruce forest. It requires logging, salvage, a timber sale, and then brush hogging and grubbing for the understory vegetation. The remoteness of the locations is shown on the right. It requires long runs of surface frac lines and buried production lines that are more difficult to monitor and maintain when they run cross country. So this is a side-by-side comparison, summarizing CPX's findings for the alternatives. Every available alternative location represents greater potential impacts than pad 36A. Pad 36A reuses existing infrastructure. The soil disturbance and haul traffic for construction were completed 15 years ago. The alternatives are new acres of disturbance in undisturbed forest with earth-moving road building and stabilizing new cut slopes and steep switchbacks. The alternatives are still within 50 to 400 feet of HPH because of the prevalence of mapped HPH. The alternatives would still need to divert stormwater down gradient and toward Beaver Creek. Flow lines for pad 36A are more easily monitored because they're along the TP Park Road, but they'd be in the woods running cross country for the alternatives. Consultation for pad 36A is complete. Consideration of an alternative location was already rejected by CPW. There is a purely economic argument for an alternative. Once all the construction is done, the alternatives actually reach more bottom hole options and more CPX fee minerals than pad 36A. But reusing pad 36A is the most practical and protective option and outweighs the reachable bottom holes. So we'd like to discuss how CPX will be protective while using pad 36A. Plans submitted with a Form 2A list CPX BMPs for dust control and stormwater control, topsoil preservation, interim reclamation, waste disposal, wildlife, and others. But with limited time, we chose to focus the next few slides on how CPX is recognizing pad 36A's location and is applying technology and best practices to protect the location. So with regard to stormwater, pad 36A is 15 years old. Its surface and cut slope are stable. The pad is ringed with 2-foot-high earthen berms that are compacted to 95%. The berms and fill slope are vegetated for erosion control. There is no uncontrolled stormwater above the cut slope or on the pad. There's a 6-inch drain on center to capture stormwater. That drain is piped outside of the berm to a lined perimeter stormwater trench. Catchment basins along the trench capture sediment. Sediment settles for removal, and the stormwater evaporates. The TP Park Ranch Road is well established. It's watered for dust control, and it's anchored with aggregate. And these are additional views of the berms and cut slope. The berms have a carpet of vegetation. The cut slope has bands of shale and vegetation that have moored it for 15 years. Steel containment, 2-foot berms, and a lined stormwater trench gives a pad multiple levels of secondary and tertiary stormwater controls. With regard to leaks and spills, the liner for secondary containment will be sprayed on to optimize the seal. New tanks have a strong track record on TPR from their use on pad 25A. The tanks are equipped with a high alert alarm. They have a level indicator for continuous monitoring. A new SCADA system allows production monitoring to be continuous and also to be done remotely by the operators. The SCADA system will alert remotely. The system is capable of shutting down production remotely. Nonetheless, CPX is on site daily during production. In fact, both the operations manager and production manager live within 15 minutes. The pad was designed to put key production equipment outside of the 300-foot HPH buffer and further from the creek. CPX's temporary surface lines will be on the edge of its private TP Park Ranch Road, where they're highly visible and inspected daily. During production, CPX will use its buried natural gas, condensate, and water flow lines. And those buried flow lines have continuous pressure monitoring instead of just annual testing. There will be spill response booms, absorbents, and materials that will be containerized and available on site. And this slide is also showing CPW doing a fish count survey in Beaver Creek. CPX had invited CPW to TPR for the fish survey and is invested in maintaining a healthy creek. So this is the last slide on technology and best practices. Here CPX wants to highlight reuse and recycling. CPX is reusing pad 36A to avoid new disturbance and habitat fragmentation, but CPX is also consolidating and reusing other facilities, the existing pad 25A for a support pad, existing buried flow lines, and the existing access road, all as part of a methodically planned development. During completions, water will be reused and recycled. CPX put a lot of time and thought into finding a low impact and efficient solution for water management. Temporary water support pad 25B was approved in 2022. Tanks on pad 25B will enable CPX to reuse and recycle produced water from a third-party operator. And this avoids freshwater withdrawals for well completions. It also avoids approximately 300 frac tanks and haul traffic to deliver them. On pad 25A, CPX plans to reuse and convert an uncompleted well to a UIC well for produced water disposal. The well was approved by Garfield County last April, and at ECMC, the hydrogeology, the engineering, and permit submittals are complete and awaiting approval. And lastly, CPX optimized design and reclamation. CPX will harness natural gas from its own well on pad 25A to operate a dual fuel drill rig. And this reduces diesel fuel and truck traffic to deliver it. Pad 36A will have the minimum number of tanks necessary for operation, 2 produce water and 2 condensate. And those tanks are necessary to drop liquids to atmospheric pressure before they go into the flow line. The soil for interim reclamation is 15 years old with active microbial activity. It's an excellent growth medium for revegetation in TPR's moist environment. And at this point, Dale will conclude the presentation with a summary of the variance component of the application.
Thank you very much, Gwen. This slide and the next summarize CPX's request for a variance from Rule 1202C1R to allow CPX to conduct oil and gas operations on the existing pad 36A, a portion of which is within 300 feet of cutthroat trout designated crucial habitat. Rule 502C requires that an applicant demonstrate 5 things. First, that it has made a good faith effort to comply. Second, that the requested variance will not violate the basic intent of the Oil and Gas Conservation Act. Third, that the requested variance is necessary to avoid an undue hardship. Fourth, that granting the variance will result in no net adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, or the environment. And finally, that the requested variance contains reasonable conditions of approval or other mitigation measures. CPX's requested variance satisfies each of the Rule 502C factors. First, as an initial as an initial point, CPW supports CPX's variance request. When adopting the waiver and variance provisions under Rule 1201 and 309, the Commission explicitly stated in the SBP that it will continue to rely on CPW to provide recommendations based on its expertise in the area of wildlife and habitat management. And CPW's recommendation and support is also a relevant factor in determining an operator's good faith effort to comply under Rule 502C1. The SBP, as you see here, instructs that a good faith effort to comply with Rule 1202C may be viewed in the context of the alternate location analysis, whether CPW supports the operator's preferred location, and if the application proposes reuse of an existing location. Here, CPX's good faith effort is demonstrated by the fact that the location was previously permitted and constructed. CPX thoroughly evaluated other locations through the ALA, and CPX engaged in extensive consultation with CPW, which supports development at the existing location over construction and development of a new location. The variance request satisfies the next 502C factor. It will not violate the basic intent of the Oil and Gas Conservation Act. The variance will allow for the development of the mineral resource in the least impactful manner by consolidating and using existing infrastructure instead of constructing a new well pad to access the minerals. Final three factors are whether the variance is necessary to avoid undue hardship, will result in no net adverse impacts, and if there are reasonable conditions to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential impacts. Again, CPX's request satisfies these factors. Decommissioning pad 36A for a new location requires road building, timber removal, new construction, and new capital expenditure with no return on investment for the pad 36A location previously approved by ECMC. The ALA, as Gwen explained, demonstrates that the continued use of pad 36A is the least impactful alternative. And finally, CPW has determined that it anticipates no net adverse impacts from the continued use of the pad, given the many design features and best management practices in place to support its recommendation of a variance. In sum, as we've explained, CPX engaged in 6 years of thoughtful planning prior to the submission of this OGDP in order to develop the mineral resource in the least impactful and most efficient manner possible. CPX consulted extensively with the local government, Garfield County, prior to and after submitting its application. And as explained, Garfield County approved the county's permit for pad 36A on August 21st, 2023. BLM also requires NEPA review for CPX's applications for permits to drill the 7 wells that will access federal minerals. CPX has been coordinating with BLM on the proposed development for over 2 years and initiated the NEPA review process in December 2022. CPX and BLM in the final stages of completing the notice of proposed action to initiate public comment. Today, here, CPX is requesting approval from the Commission to amend the existing TPR Pad 25A OGDP to be renamed the TP Park Ranch OGDP, and for the continued use of the existing well pad 36A, the development of 32 new natural gas wells from pad 36A, the addition of approximately 377 acres of mineral development area for a combined 766 acre mineral development area, approval of the pad 36A Form 2A, and approval of CPX's variance request for high priority habitat. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we look forward to Commissioner questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. If we could, yep, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, questions. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. I do have a number of questions, and these are going to be in no particular order because my notes are in no particular order. But I think my first question has to do with some conditions of approval that were considered inside the director's recommendation, and one of them talked about the staff concerns about potential cut and slope on the existing 36A pad, and the need to consult with ECMC staff, particularly the reclamation staff associated with guidance on repairing and improving the slope stability in order to minimize erosion. I think you are presenting that the existing pad is stable and therefore is beneficial because it is, reducing potential stormwater or sedimentation issues. But I think at least what I'm reading in the director's recommendation is there's concerns about the existing pad and whether or not it actually is accomplishing that. So I wonder if you could comment on that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Messner. I'm actually going to ask if Brian Clark, CPX's operations manager, who is the best person to talk to this point.
Yeah. Good morning, commissioners. In regards to stability and slope stability, I know there's been some concern, and actually we did have staff out there. I think it's been about 3 years ago. Reclamation staff was, and they had commented and had some concerns, and their concern was to some trees that were at the top of the cut slope. And per their recommendation, we were able to fall those trees, and in doing so, we were actually fell them down on top of the cut slope in order to be able to retrieve them, and which we did. So I know there was some concern about seeing some limbs and stuff and debris on that slope, and that was what was left after we took the trees, removed them off of there. And to further that, we have an existing logging road that's above the pad, and so we have stormwater controls and utilizing that as a run-on ditch or a trench to minimize anything coming onto that cut slope. And then also we're minimizing and mitigating any erosion that may occur on pad and using our sediment traps and slope drain that's on the pad. And then as far as stability, that pad's been there for 15 years. So what you're seeing there has weathered the storm, the weather, the seasonality for 15 years with almost zero erosion. And part of that factor that helps us so much is the solid bands of shale that are prevalent. You can kind of see that in the pictures, but those are solid, hard shales of formation of the shale that's been in there that helps add that due stability to that slope.
Okay, thanks for that. Understanding the response that was given, I assume that you're okay with the condition of approval as suggested by staff.
Yeah.
Yes. And then also to add one quick note also. So, and then after drilling, that's cut slope has already been designated for interim reclamation. We will soften that slope with material pulled up from the fill side of the pad. It'll get topsoil, and then it gets hydroseeded on top of that to further add more stability in that interim reclamation period.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Another question I have is kind of where we're at with the Form 31 and the Form 33 associated with the injection permits, injection well permits. And I guess I'm struggling a little bit with those still not being approved and in determining whether or not to approve this particular application, because it really does change the potential impacts associated with this application should those forms not be approved. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that, or whether staff could talk about where we're at in the approval process for the Form 31 and Form 33s, and whether or not we need a condition of approval should we decide to move forward with this application that would require an approved Form 31 or Form 33 and Form 33 as contemplated in this application.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Great question. I'll take it like a first pass at it, and then I'm going to pass it over to our geologist, Tom Feldkamp, who's been working on that, and you guys can bring up staff as necessary. But the very short answer to that is that they've been reviewed. They are functionally in a very good place with no, adverse comments about them or negative comments. But right now we're working and coordinating the timing of those approval, because approval of those forms starts a clock. And we want that clock to begin at a time when we know we can coordinate it with the actual drilling plans. So the plan being to get those approved in advance and at the same time as drilling of the actual pad 25A natural gas wells. So that can be done and then be available to support the drilling and production on that pad and the drilling and production on 36A, and then ultimately disposal of the produced water. So it's really, and we've worked closely, just a matter of those being paused so that their final approval can be better coordinated with the timing of drilling. Tom, Fellowcam, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, we asked the commission to hold off on final approval because of that calendar that starts clicking, if you will, so that it'll sync up with our drilling program. So at our request, we asked that they delay the approval. But everything's in, everything was complete. We heard no objections.
So would you as an applicant then, I assume then would be comfortable with a condition of approval associated with this that would require an approval of the Form 31 and Form 33 in order to be able to move forward with this OGDP application?
I'm going to have to defer to Nick Kurtenbach, probably. Nick?
We may have to discuss that, Commissioner. I don't, first pass, I don't see an issue with that. And as Dale said, that application is ready and Tom has been working hard on that. We just simply have paused it because our intention is to develop these two pads together. We're constantly monitoring when we're going to develop based on a number of factors, including seasonality, gas price, et cetera. And so we haven't put a stake in the ground as to when we're doing that. So that's why we have not finalized those yet. But I think we could discuss that and that could be possible.
So you understand my concern though, right? Because if we don't have that, that really changes the application as you're presenting it, including the increase of potential truck traffic, increased, movement along the Beaver Creek corridor, because right now it's being contemplated that this is going to be piped to that site and that it becomes, it creates less impact, and that's what's being presented. But without those forms, approvals, then it's a different. So
I understand. In just one added dimension that I'd put out there that we have to think about the future and how this gets developed, and very likely the produced water will be injected, but it's also possible that it could be piped away. And so if that were to happen, then you could utilize that. The highest probability is that we turn that into an injection well, which is our intention. So I'm just sitting here thinking kind of out loud of some of the things we'd have to consider. But yes, I understand your concern, and I think we could live with that.
Okay, thank you. And then I understand that there was an exception that was granted around noise and light. Exception's not the right term, but I wonder though, understanding that again, you're in a high priority habitat sensitive area, if you could discuss how you're going to deal with noise and light associated with operations, both pre-production, construction, and production, so that I can better understand potential impacts that are associated with those two things.
Yeah, Gwen Brodsky could speak to the noise and light impacts to both the terrestrial habitats in the general area and also to the consultation and coordination we did with CPW about noise and light in regard to aquatic species.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Messner. That was the lesser impact exemption request reviewed and granted with consultation with CPW. And terrestrial species, mapped terrestrial species, are greater than a mile away. So for that, there is topography, there's vegetation, there's a ridge line. And regarding light, light will be cast downward on the pad. It will not penetrate greater than a mile away. Noise will be compliant with the 400 series rules. And then what arose, because the terrestrial species were addressed by the distance, was the aquatic species. And we worked with CPW's aquatic biologist. And again, light was concentrated down on the pad. There is dense riparian vegetation. CPW concluded it would be negligible effect on the creek for light. But regarding noise, they dug into the literature and considered that for salmonids, there is not a body of literature for ambient noise. The noise research is within the water column. And for ambient noise, they considered the impacts would be negligible and granted the lesser impact exemption.
Is there contemplated for there to be permanent lighting associated with these operations?
There is not. Just like pad 25A, which has the 2 producing wells today, the pads are unlit during production.
Okay, thank you. I think those are going to be my questions for right now. I'll let other commissioners ask questions, but thank you for your responses.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the discussion and presentation. I have to say this is, I'm appreciative of the context of I have existing locations. I'm going to try to minimize new disturbance. I still have been struggling with what's happening where on which pads. I know you went through your map. So to the north, we have the existing 25A. It has 2 wells on it. One you're considering turning into an injection well so that the produced water from the new wells in 36A would be piped to the north there and then potentially injected, and or would they be potentially trucked away, or would that be piped away to it to be reused? That was a little confusing to me. What happens after it goes to the 25A? Or am I misunderstanding? That's also a possibility.
Okay, well, first, thanks, Commissioner McGowan. If it's okay, I'm going to share a figure and a couple to help put this into perspective as well, like locations and proximity. And we have both these up, so we can share one single PDF. And then I might ask for some clarification on your last question, but give me a sec. You see this?
I do not see anything.
Yeah, we don't have a screen share going.
Oh, sorry. Just because I forgot to hit share. How about now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great. So yeah, this is just, again, to put it in perspective really quick here, this is the existing well pad 25A. That pad has 2 producing natural gas wells, currently producing, and 1 drilled but uncompleted well.
Okay.
Last year in September, the approval for that pad was to drill additional natural gas wells and to convert the uncompleted well into the UIC well. What will be constructed next to pad 25A, and it was approved last September, is a temporary water support pad, pad 25B. Pad 25B will have a 3-year lifespan from the commencement of operations. All pad 25B will do is house what are called MLVT tanks to hold recycled produced water that we're going to source from the third-party operator so that we can do our completions with recycled water. And then post completions water that's gone to atmospheric pressure will also flow into those. So the entire system will be recycled water to do our completions. That's the purpose of 25B. The approval here now that we're asking for is to drill new wells on pad 36A, and here's 36A. And then to how the drilling and completions operations will work for both 25A and 36A, we're proposing to use simultaneous drilling and completions operations, SIMOPs. So when the wells are being drilled on pad 25A, in order to avoid having to expand this existing well pad, the completions operations will be housed on pad 36A. And then vice versa.
Okay.
When drilling comes on 36A, the completions operations will be on 25A.
Okay. Thank you. That was confusing to me regardless of how many times I read it. So this is very helpful. So after both 25A and 36A have their wells running and up and running, where's the produced water going? Into that injection well on 25A? Okay. Thank you. That was very helpful.
Okay.
I guess my other question was, are we going to see you coming back with additional development in this area using any of these locations? And I've asked this of TEP before. You're similar in that you own your property. You've got some sort of a plan in place, and you come back to the commission of, remember, you did this, and now I want to add on to it, and then I'm going to do 2 more things. And I think for all of us, put it in better context to understand kind of, I don't know, what your 5 or 10 year development plan is, so we know like what to expect and what will be built upon and how existing locations might be used or not used, because you do have this high priority habitat that you're dealing with, and how many times you come back to disturb, etc., have, I think, been kind of themes from the commission to try to understand. And so I didn't know if you had a comment about that or thoughts.
Yeah, and commission, yeah, we do. And so like, I think that the answer to that, and I'll start, and if Nick wants to follow up, he can. But I think the answer to that is, there is the potential on TP Park Ranch for one additional location. So CPX has identified maybe another location they could do. But right now, it's just not known if that's something the company wants to pursue, would pursue, what the potential timing of that would be. So it didn't make sense to have another location included in this particular application. Now, to like speak to your other questions, if another location was done on TP Park Ranch that utilized these support pads, the important point would be it wouldn't result in new disturbance, because it would rely on these existing disturbances in order to do that. So even though CPX could like potentially do another location, what is being approved here today and was approved last fall, when taken together, that now represents the like holistic support network that would support any future development. So it's planned holistically. It could absorb one more pad, but it's just not known if that is something that would happen in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate the consideration. I think as a commission and for CPW, right? If we knew that you were going to do an additional pad and we could put it all into one package and be able to look at it more holistically, I think we could better understand what would be the long-term impacts for wildlife or high priority habitat here, and be able to put that whole picture together. So I highly encourage you, when you guys come up with another kind of parcel like this, and you know that there's going to be multiple developments, to submit it as one plan. And it doesn't have to be a cap. I'm sure we could work with staff to figure out kind of like what the pieces all look like, so that we as a commission can see the whole picture and not keep coming back and I guess nibbling at the same space that we already know is going to be developed. It would give us a better picture as commissioners to be able to understand overall impacts if it's at all possible. So thank you very much.
Further questions? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I also found this very helpful. I wanted to build just slightly on one of the things that Commissioner Messner talked about adopting the condition of approval discussed in the director's recommendation. I also wanted to touch on the best management practice discussed in the director's recommendation. Is that something that you are comfortable with as well?
Which one was that again, Commissioner Cross?
So in the director's recommendation, it talks about if erosion or instability is noted on the cut slope, CPX will immediately contact ECMC's reclamation staff for guidance on repairing or improving the slope stability and minimizing erosion. Yeah, I just want to confirm that's comfortable.
Yeah, we're comfortable, and those just you guys know the process. Those conditions that came about are the result of technical review, back and forth, with staff and OGLA. And so we've been involved in that process and are comfortable with those conditions.
And then the other thing that I wanted to ask about is you touched about it a little bit at the end of the presentation, but was the BLM approval process. And could you just give a little more color to that? I know that you said that the notice of the proposed action is close to done, I believe is how you described it. And if you could just give a little bit more detail on where you are with respect to the federal approval process.
Yeah, we've been working closely with BLM. As you likely know, because we're going to have 7 bottom holes, there'll be, horizontal bottom holes from private land, but because we'll have 7 bottom holes, they will produce federal minerals. The approval of those permits to drill, the APDs at the federal level, requires NEPA review. So we've been engaged with the Colorado River Valley Field Office actually for a couple of years now. On one of the slides during Gwen's part of her presentation, you saw that last July we had BLM, Forest Service, ECMC, Garfield County, everyone up for a giant day of site visit. And so what we've been doing with BLM is working on preparing the background materials for those applications to permit to drill, and providing them, also helping with coordinate all the materials that will ultimately feed their NEPA analysis, the documents that they have to produce. They've had some staffing shortages. We've been working, coordinating, helping. And right now, the next step will be you publish what's called a notice of proposed action or something to that effect that describes the project, and that'll initiate the public comment period for BLM's NEPA review. Then it'll conduct its NEPA review.
And do you know if the process that they're going to use is going to be an environmental assessment? Is it going to be determination of NEPA adequacy? Do you know what
they're proposing to publish an environmental assessment?
Okay. And have you made any changes to your plans based on the ongoing discussions with BLM, or have they been just sort of appreciative of the process that you've developed independently?
A little bit of both. I mean, more than anything, in fact, even things that kind of quote unquote fell outside of their purview, I wouldn't say we changed them, but we preemptively cited things like pad 25B in places that BLM visited and found acceptable even before we started that process. And then obviously critical for them was our coordination with CPW and getting to those places. So I wouldn't say that anything we did had to be changed. It's more that we sought, received, and incorporated their input during the process to help try to make sure they were there at the beginning, including even before we came before you guys last year in September with non-BLM pads.
Yeah. And I think those are the only questions I have for now. Thank you.
Further questions? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. If we could stop screen share.
Yep. And then if there's no more, Chair Robbins, if it's okay, I think just before you guys, if you're going to move into deliberations, I mean, the one comment I think we just want to make on Commissioner Messner's condition of approval, is what Mr. Kurtenbach said, which was simply that, as you know, the UIC well is critical because the idea is that's what's going to help reduce our truck traffic for the produced water. And the main thing we want to make sure is that anything to that effect accounts for the potential for there to be other options. They could do that as well. Like as Nick said, in a future world, what if turns out we can pipe that water and don't need to do that UIC well? Right now, that's not the plan, but just what if we can?
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to need to ask staff a question then, because I need to understand, what the review process would be from the staff perspective. Should there be, a modification of that and how that gets reviewed, whether that's a substantial change, and what it looks like as far as an approval of the Form 31 and 33, associated with this, and just better understand the review process. Should there be a consideration to make changes as contemplated that could potentially increase truck traffic or decrease truck traffic. I understand it could go both ways, but so that's my question.
And I see that Ms. Trask has visualized herself. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners and participants. I'm Sabrina Trask. I'm the planning and permitting manager here at ECMC. When I just got booted up to the panel, I missed part of the question. Commissioner Messner, I'm sorry, could you repeat it for me, please?
Sure, happy to. And thank you for being here. So my question is that if there is, so right now the application is contemplating utilizing pad 25A with, as indicated in the application, with an injection well and produced water storage associated with reuse and recycling of produced water for this pad. And there's pending Form 31s and Form 33s associated with that. That is an integral part of this application. Should those two permits not get approved, or should the applicant choose to propose something different than what's being proposed in this application, what is the review process? And would that be considered a significant change? That's my question.
Thank you for the clarification. I don't want to speak to the review process for the Form 31 and Form 33. I would defer to John Morgan, our UIC specialist. I'm not sure if he's tuned into this hearing today. He did forward to me, however, a correspondence that he'd had with, I believe, Tom Feldkamp from CPX in discussing the agreed to delay in the review and processing of the Form 31 and Form 33. So to that point, I think that Mr. Morgan is comfortable with the delay in that, as earlier described by CPX today. In the event that those UIC forms are either denied or CPX opts to change their plans and their operations to not use a UIC well, they would need to submit a Form 4 sundry notice pursuant to Rule 301C to request changes to an OGDP. In this case, I think the changes would be significant. I don't want to speak for the director. I would want to consult with her on that before making a public declaration about the process there, but we would certainly expect a sundry to be submitted describing the details of any changes that were being requested. That sundry would be posted to our website for 14 days, again, pursuant to Rule 301C, and staff would work with the director to determine what additional information was needed and or if the changes needed to come back before the commission based on the scope and scale of the changes being requested.
Thank you for that, Ms. Trask. That's super helpful, understanding that a significant change to that, particularly if it involves an increase in truck traffic and an increase in impact to sensitive receptors or those type of things are what ultimately is concerning for me. But it sounds like, as you indicated, that in the review process, it would be evaluated and determined what level of impact may be associated with that, and what review level it needed to go to, including bringing it back to the commission to determine alternative or additional review of the changes. And so that's helpful for me. And so thank you for that.
Further questions for the panel or staff, now that we have staff here with us? Okay, seeing no further questions, Mr. Ratliff, did you have anything further in sort of final approach here?
No, we thank you for your time. Thank Ms. Trask for her leadership and review, and thank you.
Very good. We would then move to deliberations. Does any commissioner desire to initiate deliberations? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start off by saying I believe that this is an approvable OGDP. I think there are several things in here that are particularly helpful. I think I know Commissioner McGowan talked about trying to make sure that we're not creating additional disturbance, and I think that the evaluation of the alternative locations was particularly helpful with that. I did appreciate kind of looking at the topographic view and the explanations behind the alternative locations, and also the fact that if you're looking at this from a purely economic perspective, that there are better locations, but it would obviously have greater impacts. And so the fact that CPX is taking the effort to try and minimize those impacts, I think is very helpful, at least from my position. The other thing that I'll just note is that I think CPW support here is critical to my decision. I think the fact that it is going through high priority habitat and very close proximity to that high priority habitat for the aquatic species is noteworthy, and the fact that they did want to do the lesser exemption request and are supportive of the variance as well, I think is noteworthy on my part. And then I think the other thing that really stuck out to me is, as Commissioner Messner pointed out, there are the stormwater issues that were raised both by staff. And I think that it's important to note that not only some of the steps taken for the BMPs, but directly on the slope, but also surrounding it, as they mentioned during the responses, things like use of stormwater controls at the logging road above the slope is helpful to try and divert it away from that to further protect it. I think that was an additional thing that was helpful for me. So for my position, I would be in favor of approving the variance that was requested, because I know that would need to be done. And I would be in favor of approving the application with the condition of approval that was provided in the director's recommendation, adding the BMP from the director's recommendation. And I'd be curious on Commissioner Messner's thoughts on, based on the answers previously given, if he still would want to include a COA with respect to the underground injection control wells. But I will be in favor of this application.
Thank you for leading us off, Commissioner Cross. Further deliberation? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Commissioner Cross, and so thank you for leading us off there. Ultimately, to me, understanding where these sites are located and the sensitive receptors that are being considered, it's really an issue from my standpoint of how do we avoid, minimize, and mitigate wildlife habitat fragmentation, and avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential impacts to high priority habitats, aquatic species, high priority habitats. I think it's clear in the alternative location analysis and in the recommendations by CPW that the utilization of this existing pad is the best way to minimize surface impacts associated with development and minimize habitat fragmentation, not only from the specific well pads, but also from access roads associated with well pads. And so I do appreciate the utilization of an existing pad for this, and understanding that by not adding significant number of additional access roads or access road miles or additional pads, that it's particularly in drainages like this, it minimizes habitat fragmentation, and that's a huge plus. So understanding that it's minimizing habitat fragmentation, I think for me, the big issue here is sedimentation and stormwater management. I do have some concerns as far as staff feeling the need to include a condition of approval in their director's recommendation around stormwater management on the existing site. I think that the management of the stormwater, the management of the site, and the interim reclamation associated with this site, and the management of the site during pre-production and construction activities, and the interim reclamation associated with this site, and ultimate management of this site is going to determine whether there's going to be impacts associated with this site on aquatic species, high priority habitats, particularly with the location of this close to Beaver Creek. And so I think that the operator has proposed strong best management practices associated with stormwater and site management, but ultimately the success of that is how it gets implemented and how it continues to be maintained. And so I hope and expect that this operator does an exceptional job of that, particularly in the instance where they're asking for a variance associated with proximity to sensitive receptors and variances that were requested from CPW. And so I also hope that ECMC staff continues to monitor this site to ensure that there is no issues associated with stormwater management or site management because of the proximity of this. And in particular, the sedimentation that could be associated with this site into Beaver Creek. You know, again, I do think it's beneficial to utilize the existing site. I appreciate that there is a site that's being retired as part of this. And as I had indicated, I think one of the big benefits of this site is the utilization of a system of pipelines to both take oil and gas and condensate away from the site, as well as produced water that's being utilized as part of this site, and to ultimately minimize truck traffic associated with this particular area. I think some of the concerns that we heard from the public in the area is associated with truck traffic and problems associated with contractors and accidents associated with truck traffic in this particular area. And so to me, that's a critical piece. And so to Commissioner Cross's question as to how I want to handle the Form 31s and 33s and the injection well as proposed here, I mean, I can't approve a moving target. And so what I am approving right now should, and I will vote to approve this, but it is the utilization of the 25A as an injection site and a produced water storage site, and that's what's being proposed. That's what my approval will be based on, and it's my expectation that any significant modification of that be strongly analyzed for any potential additional impacts, and I encourage that review to come before the commission so that we can evaluate whether there's additional impacts associated with any modifications with what's being proposed here. Because again, I can't approve a moving target. I have to approve what's being proposed. So I don't think that necessitates a condition of approval, but I think it's clear in their application that they're anticipating, or that their plan is to utilize that site for certain operations. And so I can concur with Commissioner Cross as far as the other conditions of approval. And I do think that this applicant has met the variance bar for a lot of the things that I've already said, but the minimization of habitat fragmentation, the analysis of the utilization of the alternative location analysis, and determining that some of the other sites certainly have more potential impacts associated with it. And so I think that bar and the support of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, which is our wildlife expert. And so that bar has been overcome. And so with that, I also would be in support of this application, understanding the things that I had indicated that I will be concerned about.
Thank you for the deliberations. Further deliberations from Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my fellow commissioners for the comments made so far on this one. Before my primary line of comment, I wanted to concur with Commissioner McGowan's comment to plan for and include all proximate well sites in a single OGDP through a singular application when and if at all possible. We've had some of these discussions previously with regard to related development here. And I think it's important in order to streamline the process to try to have those all at one time. That said, I wanted to say I appreciate the public comment that was given today and the public scrutiny of OGDPs in general. I think that the more we have the general public looking at and commenting, and certainly organizational groups, as was done today, looking at and commenting on OGDPs, the better product that we'll have. I also appreciate the considerable detail on the multi-year significant efforts to protect wildlife as a primary consideration of this application. So as a result of those discussions, I just wanted to elaborate a bit on the protection of wildlife as it pertains to this application and ECMC's mission as a whole. You know, I often say one of the great things about living in Colorado is that generally everyone wants to conserve wildlife. So we're starting from some pretty common ground, even if there might be, you know, pretty disparate opinions on how people can live and thrive in the state while still accomplishing, you know, the objective of protecting wildlife. So Senate Bill 19-181 was mentioned today, and that mandates that ECMC regulate the development and production of the natural resources of oil and gas in the state of Colorado in a manner that protects public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And we've said before, and I'll reiterate, that ECMC takes this primary charge very, very seriously. And we've implemented many related regulations and processes to accomplish that objective that include consistently invoking the work of CPW, ECMC wildlife experts, local governments, consultants, and other parties in order to accomplish that charge. And at times we hear ECMC's mission invoked as a reason to categorically deny OGDP requests in the vicinity of wildlife, which frankly can be found in most places in Colorado. In its plain language, as well as through significant discussion and resulting statutes and regulations, I would say it's clear to me, even as the commissioner who sits in the wildlife seat on this commission, that blanket denial of applications to protect wildlife is not the intent of Senate Bill 181. So because this point was raised, I wanted to reiterate a bit how ECMC manages oil and gas developments in a way that's protective of wildlife. As I think the county and the applicant did a really good job of examining that issue today, I'll truncate those comments a bit and really simply reiterate a few points. So generally, ECMC affects its mission of protecting wildlife primarily via working with a larger team through a lengthy wildlife impacts examination and mitigation hierarchy process. That includes ECMC staff, local governments, operators, consultants, environmental groups, and especially, as was pointed out by Commissioner Messner, the state's wildlife experts, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So consequently and appropriately, in my opinion, CPW recommendations on our OGDPs carry very heavy weight in our analysis. Significant discussion and work has taken place on the wildlife front in this application through coordination between the applicant, Garfield County, CPW, and ECMC staff. And as detailed today, those interactions were numerous and pithy. They resulted in the implementation of BMPs to protect wildlife specific to this site. And I just wanted to point out to the public who might be listening that a lot of further detail can be found over and above what was presented today by accessing ECMC's publicly available website under the permits section. And the applicable documents to this line would be the director's recommendation, the CPW waiver documents, the CPW consultation summary, the general consultation summary document, CPW's wildlife determination summary, and the wildlife plan. Many specific details are included in those communications, some of which were accurately presented today by the applicant. As was pointed out, I agree that use of existing paths is incentivized, as the landowner certainly has the right to propose alternative locations and the obligation in this case. In this case, CPW, ECMC staff, and others opined that it would be more impactful to go somewhere else than utilize the proposed site, as was presented during the ALA portion of today's presentation. I agree with the determination of several wildlife experts, being a wildlife expert myself, who have determined that utilizing this pad with the appropriate protective BMPs and other measures, as detailed in today's presentation and the other documents I've mentioned, is the most protective approach to regulate this operation with respect to wildlife, consistent with ECMC statutory charge. And I specifically wanted to recognize the analysis in today's presentation of the 502 variance criteria as it relates to this OGDP. And I do feel it complies with that regulation. I continue to encourage all operators to closely continue to examine impacts to wildlife in conjunction with CPW and local governments in order to implement all available strategies to avoid, minimize, and mitigate in a way that helps us to regulate oil and gas development in a way that protects wildlife. And I think this OGDP and this discussion we're having today actually illustrates the success of the great work done on Senate Bill 181 by the governor's office, the legislature, our agency, numerous other agencies, industry, a myriad of private and NGO entities that contributed to the regulations resultant from that bill, which really have resulted in the greatly increased consideration of wildlife impacts as compared to pre-181 practices, and the implementation of very specific measures, as we've discussed today, intended to provide for the long-term well-being of wildlife. I don't really view this OGDP as a particularly over and above example of wildlife protection, particularly as it is asking for a variance request, but rather an appropriate approach consistent with the increased protections that are pursuant to Senate Bill 181 that are broadly applied now to all OGDPs. So that's my kind of general comment on ECMC's continued very close eye on wildlife protection as part of its mission. And I would agree with the comments before me, Mr. Chair, that I am in support of this application going forward.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ackerman. Well done comments. Appreciate that. Further comments? So let's see. I think we had a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure we had a motion.
Do you want to make a motion, Commissioner Messner?
I'll make a motion, but I would ask AG Mercer to include any necessary COAs
He's there.
that are included in the director's recommendation, unless I can just include them by reference to the director's recommendation.
AG Mercer, thoughts?
Thank you very much. Chair Messner, I think you can just in your motion say that you want to include all of the COAs in the director's recommendation, and that's sufficient.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I will move approval of this application with the conditions of approval associated in the director's recommendation.
And the motion includes an approval of the variance request. I don't know if we need to call that out, but.
And the motion should and does include the approval of the variance request.
Great. We have a motion. We have a second from Commissioner Cross. Is there further deliberation? Seeing no further deliberation, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Ratliff. Thank you to staff for the great work here. We appreciate the presentation and we wish you good luck as you move forward.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Next up is another oil and gas development plan. I think we're going to try to tackle that before we take our lunch break. So let's return at 10 minutes. Does that work, folks? 11:35. And in the interim, if Ms. Amaro could bring to the panel the attorneys and others for the presentation. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, commissioners and Colorado, to the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is our weekly meeting. It is August 30th and it is 11:35. We will proceed with our next docket. That is docket 2302-00042. It is a proposed oil and gas development plan. The applicant is PDC Energy. And I see that we have Ms. Wazelinski as a presenter. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Would you like to swear our witnesses in just as a preliminary matter?
Let's do so.
Wonderful. We've got everyone on.
If all the witnesses could visualize themselves.
Great. Hello, everyone. I think many of you are familiar with this, but to swear you in, I'm just going to go one by one in the order that I see folks on the screen. I'll ask you to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I will start with Mr. Leisenfeld.
Zach Leisenfeld. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. DeRose?
Brian DeRose, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Murray?
Brian Murray, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy? You were muted there, Mr. McCoy, if you wouldn't mind trying again. We still can't hear you. I'll keep going with the other folks while you work on your audio. Ms. Chase?
Vanessa Chase, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Knopf?
Meredith Knopf, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Davis? Oh, we cannot hear you either.
How about now, commissioners?
Yes.
Daniel McCoy, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, are you able to get the audio working?
We will troubleshoot on our end real quick.
Sure. Mr. Chair, would you like to proceed while they work this out, or? Oh,
does that work?
Here we go.
Yes.
My apologies. Sarah Davis, I swear to tell the whole truth.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone on the panel. Please let me know if I've missed anybody.
Ms. Wazlinki, did that cover your witnesses?
It did. Thank you.
Very good. And I do not believe we have public comment or local government comment. Is that right?
That's correct.
Then you are recognized to move forward with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. We'll bring a PowerPoint up and then we will get started. Okay, fantastic. Well, good morning again. My name is Kelsey Wazlinki with Jost Energy Law, and with Jamie Jost, we represent PDC Energy in the Cameron 1 OGDP before you today in docket 2302-00042. I would like to thank the City of Greeley for their participation through the USR process and their support of the 2 locations subject to this OGDP. And we would also like to thank ECMC staff and the director for their efforts on this OGDP and the Guanella CAP. I will take just a few minutes to summarize the Cameron 1 OGDP and requested relief before I turn it over to the PDC team. As a preliminary item, Chevron's acquisition of PDC Energy was completed on August 7th of 2023. Going forward, PDC and its respective subsidiaries and affiliates will continue to operate as a wholly owned subsidiary of Chevron for the near term. The Cameron 1 OGDP proposes 2 new oil and gas locations to develop a total of 46 horizontal wells within 3 drilling and spacing units totaling approximately 3,490 acres for the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, and Carlisle formations. The 2 oil and gas locations subject to this OGDP are within the Guanella Comprehensive Area Plan, approved by the Commission on December 8, 2022, via order number 407-3416. Both the Bypass State Pad and the Denali State Pad were granted preliminary siting approval by the Commission in the Guanella CAP. The Bypass State Pad and the Denali State Pad are located within the City of Greeley, and the USRs were approved in November of 2022 and January of 2023. The Cameron 1 OGDP also requests that the Commission amend an approximate 3,200 acre drilling and spacing unit established by order 407-2725 to add the Fort Hays and Carlisle formations for the development of 38 horizontal wells, and to establish 2 new 420 acre boundary units for the development of 4 horizontal wells in each unit for the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, and Carlisle formations. The review of the bypass and Denali pads falls under Rule 604B2, which provides an exception to the 2,000-foot setback established by Rule 604B when the Commission approves preliminary siting in a CAP. There are 2 residential building units within 2,000 feet of the bypass pad and no residential building units within 2,000 feet of the Denali pad. The team will describe the extensive notice and engagement with all surrounding residents as part of the Guanella CAP and this OGDP in the presentation today. Pursuant to Rule 314B5B, because the Bypass State Pad and Denali State Pad received preliminary siting approval through the Guanella CAP, PDC was not required to submit a duplicative ALA for each Form 2A. However, the team here today will describe the alternative location analysis and the protective BMP commitments to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. These commitments include drilling both pads with an electric rig, timing stipulations to protect a bald eagle nest in the area, the use of a tankless hydrocarbon storage facility, the use of Group 3 mud, and oil, gas, and water takeaway via pipeline. As part of the Cameron 1 OGDP, PDC's development has provided the opportunity to plug and reclaim 40 legacy wells, which will return over 27 acres back to the community with an estimated 20 tons per year of decreased VOCs. This will result in a net benefit of 11 tons of VOCs per year. In terms of the OGDP submittal, PDC complied with all notice requirements for the Cameron 1 OGDP. No formal petitions were filed, and 2 supportive public comments were submitted on the Form 2As. And finally, PDC appreciates the questions we received from the commissioners before this hearing, and will address these questions in the presentation today. And with that, I will turn it over to Vanessa Chase, a regulatory manager for PDC, to continue the presentation.
Good morning, commissioners. I'll be kicking off the presentation with an overview of the Cameron 1 OGDP. The Cameron 1 OGDP is within the boundaries of the Guanella Comprehensive Area Plan, or CAP. The approved CAP included 22 surface locations that received preliminary siting approval to drill up to 466 new horizontal wells, all while providing emission reductions due to the opportunity to plug and reclaim up to 576 legacy wells. All 22 locations have received local government approval through either a Greeley USR or the approved Weld County Guanella Comprehensive Development Plan. The Cameron 1 OGDP entails 2 oil and gas locations, the bypass and Denali. PDC owns the surface for the bypass location and has an executed surface use agreement for the Denali. Both locations are within the city of Greeley and approved USRs have been attained. There are no proximate local governments. There will be a total of 37.1 acres of surface disturbance with 20.8 residual acres after interim reclamation. This development provides the opportunity for 40 legacy wells to be plugged, decommissioned, and reclaimed. The decommissioning activity provides a net benefit of an estimated 27.2 acres back to the community. Additionally, there will be an estimated 20 ton per year VOC decrease, while providing a net benefit of an estimated minimum of 11 tons per year VOC decrease. Both bypass and Denali locations are further than a mile from schools and childcare centers, designated outside activity areas, public water supply areas, disproportionately impacted communities, and no impacts to floodplains or wetlands. The Cameron 1 OGDP development encompasses a total of 3,490 mineral acres developed using 3 drilling and spacing units. There will be a total of 23 wells drilled from the bypass location, with 12 2-mile laterals drilling from east to west and 11 1.5 miles drilling from west to east. The Denali location will also have 23 total wells, with 11 1.5 mile laterals drilling east to west and 12 2-mile laterals drilling from west to east. Both bypass and Denali locations are partially located within 1/2 mile of an active bald eagle nest, in which you will hear more extensive details later on in the presentation. However, PDC has worked extensively through multiple meetings with the community as well as the regulatory agencies to provide an operational timeline that provides the utmost protection. As a commitment to comply with the CPW BMPs, PDC will ensure that location construction does not start prior to February 1st, 2024, and will then immediately proceed to the drilling phase with electric rigs drilling sequentially. Completion operations will follow in July of 2025 in order to maintain operations during the off-season to provide the utmost protection for the high priority habitat. The bypass and Denali locations fall within Rule 604B2 as preliminary siting approval was received within the Guanella CAP approval. PDC had extensive communication with the surrounding owners and is committed to continuing the community outreach through all operations for these locations. To summarize Rule 314B and the statement of basis and purpose, the intent of preliminary siting approval is to incentivize operators to submit CAP applications. Rule 314B requires the commission and director to review Form 2As within approved CAP, taking into account potential land use changes between the date the CAP was approved and the Form 2A was approved. There were no land use changes identified for these locations. The rules and SBP provide that if an operator receives preliminary siting approval, the operator need not submit a duplicative alternative location analysis for a future Form 2A. Pursuant to Rule 314E11, PDC submitted a detailed ALA as part of its preliminary siting request within the Guanella CAP. Additionally, PDC attached this ALA within the Form 2A submittals to ensure the ALA was posted within the ECMC database for the specific location. Pursuant to Rule 604B2, the preliminary siting approval conferred by the CAP is one grounds for granting an exception to the ordinary 2,000-foot setback established by Rule 604B. PDC engaged the surrounding community to provide the opportunity for such residents to engage in the Commission's procedure for reviewing, approving, or denying the CAP. I will now turn the presentation over to Brian DeRose, Surface Land Manager, to provide an overview of the ALA and the extensive community outreach that was conducted for these locations.
Thanks, Vanessa, and good morning, Commissioners. Before I dive directly into the ALA of the Cameron 1 OGDP, let me kick off this portion of the presentation with a little history or evolution of the OGDP, and more specifically to the Bypass State and Denali State surface locations. As you know, this is our most northern OGDP in the Guanella CAP. The Bypass State and Denali State are also located within the city limits of Greeley, which PDC placed a high priority on in terms of developing before encroachment were to take place from eastern Greeley. With that understanding, we began working on evaluating surface locations as early as 2016 when we first acquired the Denali State location. It wasn't until 2018 under the SRC regime when we also acquired the Bypass State site and submitted our first pass at the Use by Special Review permit to the city of Greeley. In 2020 and through 2021, PDC took a deeper dive into these locations and retooled the well and facility designs with the lens of SB 181 and initial feedback from the city of Greeley. Consolidation and advanced operational techniques were at the forefront. This was documented with our first amendment to the Denali State SUA by shifting the well pad south and consolidating the production facility. In early 2022, PDC identified a bald eagle nest through a wildlife survey, which is performed on all PDC sites before the permitting process. This identification necessitated another retool in the essence of public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. As you'll note on the depictions at the bottom of this slide, PDC further reduced the pad to keep the production facility outside the bald eagle half-mile buffer, allowing only a portion of the well pad within. Additionally, PDC rerouted its access from the top of the field, passing feet from the bald eagle nest to the south side of the property, which is completely outside the half-mile bald eagle buffer. Considerations to this redesign were not only that of the bald eagle nest, but so that the owner of the property could carry on with his agricultural turf farm operations. After many discussions with the surface owner, CPW, ECMC, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the CDPHE, PDC forged ahead with an additional amendment to the SUA and completed its final submittal to the city of Greeley. Zach Leisenfeld, Senior Environmental Representative with PDC, will be highlighting a more refined timeline into the consultations and wildlife studies later on in this presentation. In total, PDC evaluated 9 surface locations, yielding 2 locations in which to develop the 3,490 mineral acre Cameron 1 OGDP. Considerations when conducting our site selection or ALA process included, but are not limited to, proximity to building units, operational feasibility, does this location meet the standards of our site-by-site risk assessment for development, impact of future land use, will this site have negative impacts on future development or are there pending development plans in the area, If this site is being planned on lands that are intended for long-term farming operations, will the surface owner and or tenant be negatively impacted by the site for these future operations? Proximity to cultural features, environmental concerns such as wildlife corridors, raptor or eagle nests, prairie dogs, burrowing owls, wetlands, floodplains, designated surface water, and much more. Access to location. Does PDC believe we can construct or utilize an existing access that is safe with minimal impacts to not only surface owner, but the surrounding community as well? Surface owner negotiations. PDC wants to be a partner with our landowners and stakeholders, and these proposed locations have to be locations that not only work for PDC, but work for the surface owner as well. Geology. Does the subsurface structure formations complement the surface location in which to safely and adequately develop hydrocarbons? And last but not least, consolidation. As you've seen in the first slide, consolidation and proximity to cultural features was in large part the biggest contributing factor to the alternate location analysis. As briefly mentioned, PDC and the City of Greeley worked hand in glove throughout the years on the bypass state and Denali state locations. There were many submittals, design changes, and collaboration that have led to PDC to a USR approval on the bypass in November of 2022 and Denali in January of 2023. In addition to PDC's approval from Greeley planning staff, Mayor John Gates provided this letter you see on your screen in support of not only these two locations, but the Guanella Cap as a whole. Now I'd like to take just a quick minute to touch on a robust community outreach for the Guanella Cap that certainly included both the bypass state and Denali state nearby residents. In September of 2022, PDC held 3 in-person community meetings in strategic geographic locations around the Guanella Cap for maximum attendance opportunities for our stakeholders. In addition to the in-person meetings, we also provided a virtual presentation option in September as well. A specific neighborhood meeting was also provided in November 2022 for residents 500 feet from the property boundaries and published in the Greeley Tribune at the bypass state and Denali state per City of Greeley Municipal Code. No owners attended. Lastly, PDC has stayed true to our commitment to keep owners informed made at the Guanella Cap here in December 2022 by providing a virtual presentation to all owners in the cap in March 2023, with another to follow this fall. In closing, I wanted to leave you all with a quick depiction overview of each location in the Cameron OGDP. You'll note the Denali state location has 0 residential building units within 2,000 feet, and the bypass state location that has just 2 owners under 2,000 feet. Both owners, Mr. Lundvall and Ms. Fillinger, have noted no concerns with our operations in recent discussions early August of this year. With that, I'll hand it over to Zach Leisenfeld, PDC's Senior Environmental Representative, to detail our engagement with the environment and correlating agencies.
Thank you, Brian, and good morning, Commissioners. Over the last 18 months, there's been a tremendous amount of time and effort put into the Cameron 1 Wildlife Plan involving multiple agencies and stakeholders. I'd like to thank everyone who has worked on this OGDP for your time and effort. To build a bit more on the history of these locations, in early 2022, during the environmental due diligence phase, an active bald eagle's nest was discovered after the bypass and Denali locations had been identified. At this time, the nest was unmapped in the ECMC wildlife database. The bypass and Denali pads partially impact the half-mile nest buffer subject to Rule 309E1 consultation. Also, within the half-mile buffer is Highway 34, an active sod farm, and residential building units. After the nest was identified, the Denali access road and Cameron 1 operation schedules were revised to minimize impacts to this nest. The map to the right shows the well pads and facility locations, their intersection with the half-mile nest buffer and proximity of ag operations. The green pie shape shows a predominant flight path of the eagles, which was identified during monitoring activities. Here's a more granular view of both locations and how they intersect with the half-mile buffer. The line of sight between the bypass location and nest is disrupted by a stand of mature cottonwood trees that run east and west along an irrigation ditch west of the location. As shown in the image to the right, the bypass wells and over half of the production facility are outside the half-mile buffer. During development, most of the drilling and completions operations will remain outside of this buffer. The tree line to the west, along with noise BMPs, will help to deflect sound and light disturbances during development. Line of sight between the Denali location and nest is partially disrupted by natural topography north of the well pad. As shown in the image to the right, a portion of the wells, the production facility, and access road are outside of the half-mile buffer. By moving the access road south, installing sound walls, and scheduling drill and completions outside of the nesting season, the development of the Denali pad will avoid impacts to this nesting season. Since the discovery of the nest in 2022, PDC was able to monitor for two nesting seasons. During this time, neither the adults nor juveniles exhibited stress response to surrounding land use activities. This nest was successful both years and tolerated sod farm operations, residential construction, aviation, Highway 34 traffic, and the nest successfully fledged around June 23 of this year. Extensive sound modeling was conducted to determine if the drilling and completions activities would significantly increase noise levels at the nest. Sound modeling for wildlife is somewhat subjective, as there is no point of compliance for wildlife, specifically eagle's nest. Thus, PDC used the ECMC max permissible noise levels for commercial and agricultural areas, which is 60 dBA and 65 dBc respectively. The tables below show mitigated noise levels for drilling and completions on the right-hand column within the red ovals are under the ECMC standard of 60 dBA and 65 dBc, using the nest as a point of compliance. Next slide, please. Over the last 18 months, PDC conducted multiple agency consultations. This timeline here visualizes when monitoring started, chicks fledged, and when consultations were conducted and the agencies involved. In August 22, a consultation with ECMC, PDC, and CPW was conducted to discuss monitoring results and begin building out a development plan for these locations. During this meeting, it was requested PDC consult with Fish and Wildlife Service. PDC conducted two consultations with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in October and November, respectively. It was determined federal involvement was unnecessary due to the distance of the nest being greater than 660 feet. In January 23, a multi-agency consultation involving the CPW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, ECMC, and CDPHE was conducted. More detail on this consultation will be covered in the next slide. PDC began monitoring the nest again in early 23 and documented a fledge date of around June 23 of this year, which brings us today in the Cameron 1 hearing. As mentioned on the previous slide, PDC conducted a multi-agency consultation to present several development scenarios to stay out of the nesting window as much as possible. These included simultaneously drilling with one electric rig and one diesel rig. The other option was to extend development timelines so both locations were outside of the nesting window. Through extensive conversation and taking all stakeholders' concerns into account, it was determined the most protected of public health, safety, environment, and wildlife resources was to sequentially drill the bypass and Denali locations. To accommodate this schedule, a robust list of BMPs were developed. These are: PDC will drill both bypass and Denali locations with electric rig in a sequential manner. PDC will not start construction on or after February 1st for bypass and on or after February 15th for Denali. PDC will not begin drilling with the production rig on bypass until on or after May 1st, and will begin drilling the eastern wells first and then work towards the western well string. PDC will not begin drilling with the production rig on Denali until on or after mid-August, with the goal to complete drilling prior to December 1st of 24. PDC will continue to monitor the eagle nest throughout all development phases to observe for signs of stress, and will contact CPW to discuss additional site-specific minimization measures as necessary. I will now turn the presentation over to Meredith Knopf, Air Quality Policy Advisor, to detail emissions and air quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach, and thank you, commissioners and staff, for your time today and for your review of this application. I wanted to start today by reviewing how we intend to build and operate these locations. Since the bypass and Denali are capped facilities, we will build and operate these facilities using the BMPs agreed upon in the approved cap. These facilities will be tankless hydrocarbon storage facilities with all compression driven by line power and oil and gas and water takeaway. PDC will also utilize the same construction equipment that you see to build subdivisions or highway expansions. PDC does not own this equipment. However, the vendor that does 80% of PDC's work in constructing new pads does utilize all Tier 4 engines. We are currently working with our other vendors that we contract with to understand the makeup of their fleets. Our primary goal is always to eliminate sources of impacts, but where it cannot be fully eliminated, PDC has additional additive protections to reduce noise and light for our neighbors. PDC has a very robust noise monitoring program in place. An ambient survey has been conducted and temporary and permanent sound walls will be installed. Combined with the ambient survey, PDC will also be able to evaluate potential impacts in real time with its continuous monitoring program. Therefore, we can respond with mitigation strategies to minimize impacts even further if needed. For lighting, during pre-production, light fixtures will be placed beneath the top of the sound walls, will be angled downward, and will be LED to reduce sky glow. During the production phase, no permanent lighting will be installed. PDC's tankless design significantly reduces the potential for spills and leaks during the production phase. AVO inspections are conducted daily for spills, leaks, and other contaminants. It is also PDC's intent to keep chemical storage, refueling, and staging more than 500 feet from any ordinary high water mark as applicable. Not only is it PDC's goal to eliminate impacts, PDC also endeavors to improve the natural habitat where we operate. To this end, PDC has collaborated with the Butterfly Pavilion to research the efficacy of diverse plant species that attract pollinators during interim and final reclamation. PDC, in collaboration with the ECMC staff, intends to use the information to enhance the interim reclamation program at the bypass by creating pollinator habitats that will contribute to the food chain, economy, and overall well-being. PDC also takes site security and safety very seriously. These locations will be equipped with 24/7 remote monitoring and state-of-the-art cameras to detect leaks as small as a deep exhale, as well as smoke, fires, and trespassers. Additionally, automation towers are installed to provide remote shut-in capabilities, and guard shacks are on site during drilling and completion operations for additional site security. PDC also has a best-in-class air monitoring program to ensure these facilities are operated to minimize and mitigate emissions associated with leaks or other non-routine emissions. PDC is compliant with the Air Pollution Control Division's air monitoring program. These facilities will have air monitoring plans approved by APCD. To date, PDC has collected over 1,600 benzene samples and over 16,000 hours of continuous VOC monitoring at over 20 plus locations during pre-production and production activities. As a reminder, PDC has had 2 consultations with the CDPHE regarding these locations. The first consultation was part of the Guanella CAP and occurred on September 30th, 2022. A second consultation was completed for this OGDP this summer, and CDPHE did not request any additional BMPs. With the heightened focus on NOx and ozone in the DJ Basin, I also wanted to go over the agreed upon BMPs as related to ozone season. During ozone season, PDC will minimize vehicle and engine idling, reduce truck traffic and worker traffic, and postpone the refueling of vehicles. Additionally, PDC communicates via email with the operations team during ozone action days, while also making a concerted effort to minimize maintenance and other activities that emit hydrocarbons wherever feasible. Lastly, as part of the Guanella CAP discussions, PDC agreed to work in collaboration with external partners on research opportunities. The first of these opportunities is an air and noise signature study on an electric drill rig in collaboration with HEI Energy. This study is currently underway at PDC's Audison location. I will now hand it back to Vanessa for PDC's final thoughts.
Within this next section, we would like to review the commissioner questions that were received. The first question is related to the communications plans due to the reoccupation for completion operations a year after drilling. PDC has communicated with both residential building owners within 2,000 feet of the bypass pad regarding PDC's operational timeline. The RBU owners understand the wildlife timing stipulations and PDC's commitments to the protection of public health, safety, welfare, and environmental resources, and have no objection to the planned occupations. PDC is committed to continued communications with the nearby RBU owners, as well as all surface and mineral owners within the CAP boundary, as they will be invited to a bi-yearly meeting for progress updates and given the ability to ask questions or raise concerns, which PDC agreed to as part of the Guanella CAP. The second question concerns the overall emissions reductions resulting from the electrification of the production facilities. The overall emissions reductions for the CAP production facilities, including bypass and Denali, is a result of the following BMPs, such as hydrocarbon tankless facility, water and oil takeaway, instrument air pneumatics, electric powered engines, and controlled and emissionless maintenance activities. These BMPs result in an approximate 86% reduction in NOx, 88% reduction in VOCs, and a 93% reduction in HAPs. Next slide. The third question relates to the emission reduction estimates. There will be an estimated 20 ton per year VOC decrease for the decommissioning activity of the 15 PDC operated wells within the Cameron 1 OGDP boundary. This equates to an estimated 11 ton per year VOC net benefit. The Cameron 2, as well as all other future OGDPs within the CAP boundary, will have additional PNR wells, as each OGDP only incorporates the legacy wells within each individual OGDP boundary. The final question pertains to a non-electric rig exhibiting comparable emissions. When considering the public health and wildlife aspects, it was determined that the electric rig is the most protective way to minimize potential impacts, as moving faster in this case does not equate to greater protections. This determination was reached following a collaborative meeting held on January 20th, 2023, involving key representatives from CDPHE, CPW, ECMC, and the U.S. Forest Service. The electric rig has the lowest emissions compared to any alternative and provides a minimum of 70% noise reduction. Additionally, PDC's operational schedule provides that no wells will be drilled within the half-mile buffer of the eagle nest during the nesting season. CPW supports PDC's plans to maximize the work outside the eagle's nesting season and does not have any objections or outstanding issues associated with the drilling schedule proposed in the OGDP application. Within this application, PDC has guaranteed that vigorous operational protections will be in place to ensure avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. These practices include avoidance of sensitive receptors, a tankless hydrocarbon facility, oil, gas, and water takeaway, an electrified drilling rig, sound walls, daily inspections at production facilities, 24/7 remote monitoring, remote shut-in capability, and most importantly, providing emission reductions and ensuring a true net benefit of land back to the community. The requested relief is shown on this slide. We would like to extend our appreciation to the staff, director, and commissioners for all the hard work on the Cameron 1 OGDP. Thank you for your time today, and we welcome any questions that you might have regarding this application.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't know that I've got questions. I'll just provide some comments. I think this is extremely well done. I think you've done a good job of utilization of the comprehensive area plan process. Appreciate the preliminary siting that was received, and then appreciate the above and beyond approach on all the issues that commissioners question about relative to pipelines, electrification, legacy wells, emission reductions, the BMPs, the work with CDPHE and incorporation of their proposed BMPs. And then obviously the work with regard to the Eagle's Nest and making adjustments there. I'm very pleased with the work that I've seen with regard to this application, and I want to thank staff for its work in moving this through the process as well. I think this is a good testament to good work within the commission under our rules. Having provided those thoughts, what kinds of questions do commissioners have? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree. I find your presentations always answer the questions that I send ahead of time, and I'm so appreciative of that. It's a clear presentation. You all are very clear about what you are going to do. I feel like you are willing to think about things creatively and go the extra mile, and I'm always appreciative how PDC tackles some of these complex issues. So one of my questions that you did address, but I'm still maybe want a little bit more. There are neighborhoods that are beyond 2,000 feet to the north of these two locations that technically you're not required in our rules to how do I want to say this? Engage differently or additionally, right? But I think that those folks will be affected by traffic, by noise, even though they're beyond 2,000 feet, and see that there will be activity at these sites. And I really would love to know if you can commit to communicating with those two neighborhoods and saying, here's what's going to be happening, and here's the timing, and here's why. And I think that people will be understanding that you're having to come in twice, almost a year apart, because of a wildlife timing stipulation and trying to be protective of wildlife. I think, and I know I've said this before in our hearings, I think the average citizen thinks that if you come in and there's all this disturbance and activity, and then you disappear, that you are done. And then if you come back, I think some folks are going to be surprised by that. And I would love to just see if we can just have information out to them so they know what will be happening in the area in which they live. So I don't know if you are willing to commit to that or not, or if there's some way that you could communicate with those two residential neighborhoods to the north that are more than 2,000 feet away.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. And I'm happy to kind of expand on that. I totally understand, kind of where you're coming from in terms of, the delay in operations and, this neighborhood, you're correct. While they are outside of our comprehensive area plan in the area, we did pull a few of those in, but not the entirety of the neighborhood when we did the neighborhood outreach. But in regards to connecting with those folks and delivering to them what our operations timing and the scope of our work, PDC always stands to be very transparent with our operations, and would certainly extend that offer to send out additional notice letters to those folks and welcome any in-person meetings, as we always would. Because we're just right around the corner here, and would happy to take those questions. So to answer your question, yes, and we would happy to fulfill that commitment to extend our outreach with those folks so they know what's going on.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And so this is one of those rare instances where we have, protection of people and protection of wildlife kind of not competing, but in the same space. And so that question was mine about, I know that this hierarchy right now, everyone's very interested in electrification. It has the lowest emissions. The thing that is compelling about this CAP application is the commitment to electrified drill rigs. However, in this particular instance, I do recall CPW saying that their preference would be only one disturbance if possible, and then out. And so I was curious to know if you had a conversation with CDPHE about using an alternate drill rig, like a tier 4, because I know maybe what you're saying is it wouldn't be any faster and it wouldn't matter. Like, we can't get it all done anyway, regardless of what kind of drill rig we'd use. So I'm wondering if you could just flesh that out a little bit more for me, and if there was a conversation with CDPHE about that, about the trade-offs and the balance of trying to get it all done in a more compact time frame so that we're not disturbing wildlife twice and or people twice, and the trade-off with emissions and protecting public health?
I can take that one. Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner. Definitely a good question that came up and was the subject of much debate. The meeting that we had back with all stakeholders, meaning the CDPHE, CPW, ECMC, and Fish and Wildlife Service and CDP and CPW, that was we discussed that quite heavily about trying to do 2 rigs at the same time. And what came up is we looked at doing 2 electrified rigs, but the grid and the power in the area cannot support both those rigs for simultaneous drilling. And then it came up like, okay, can we use 1 diesel rig and then 1 electrified rig? And what came up with that, it was the emissions factors, and that the CDPHE was more preferable to having 2 electrified rigs rather than having a electric and a diesel rig for the emission standards.
Thank you. And when you say diesel, are you talking about a tier 4 rig that would be available, or a tier 2 with add-on kits that could reduce emissions? And was that part of the conversation as well?
I believe at the time it was just a basic diesel rig without any add-on kits. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Meredith, but it was my understanding it was just a straightforward diesel rig.
Yeah, and we also had to balance with the CDPHE the fact that some of this drilling will happen during ozone season, and with the required NOx reduction from the governor as well. So we were trying to balance kind of multiple factors, which I think we kind of discussed, but that being one of the most important was, even if we were to bring in to speed that up, then we'd be pushing up against still doing some of this drilling in ozone season. And so in those discussions with CDPHE and CPW, the electric rig just ultimately at the end of the day kind of met the needs of everyone, even if that meant a little bit longer time frame.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to make sure that I have my wildlife hat on a little bit.
Sure, no, very understandable. And to build on that a little bit more, if when we looked at the map showing where the buffer in the intersection lies, all of the wells for the bypass are outside of the nesting buffer. So all wells will be drilled outside of the buffer and outside of the season. And through our monitoring efforts, we saw an early fledge date in June and then kind of a mid-fledge date towards the end of June. So they do fledge early. So our drilling is really going to be impacting only about a month and a half of that nesting season, because they, hopefully, this nest is unique, right? And next year is not indicative of what happened this year. But based off of monitoring data, this nest has, they incubated, laid eggs and incubated early, and then they did fledge, right early mid-June. So there'll only be about a month and a half of those impacts. And then, as we talked about in some of our BMPs that were developed with the CPW, we will start on that eastern well string. And so that's further outside of the buffer. And then it will move towards the western well string as it gets closer to that buffer. And then also all of the, the heavy equipment, the backyard, the generators and everything else will be on the eastern side of the bypass location. So all the noise generating equipment will be outside the buffer further away from the nest. I hope that helps add a little bit more clarification around the schedules and then just kind of the structure of the location.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into this. And I know that it's complicated, but I just want maybe anyone who's listening, for folks to be aware that we're trying to figure out all the gyrations and how to be best protective of all the things that we're trying to protect as part of our mission. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good questions. Further questions for the panel? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you. I don't have much more other than what has already been brought up, but I did just want to add that I appreciated, pursuant to the discussions that we had during the CAP, your significant and ongoing outreach and work with CPW. As I recall, we asked you to work specifically with CPW to come up with a plan that was acceptable to them and to you moving forward. And this appears to have been done. Discussions with CPW also have led me to believe that CPW is, besides PDC, CPW is also keeping a very close eye on this nest going forward as well. Just one question on a point of clarification. And again, I meant to start by saying I appreciate the work that's gone into this OGDP, particularly as it is part of a cap. I believe I appreciate you maintaining the same high quality and high standards associated with this OGDP. A couple of comments were made that there has been coordination, particularly with the occupants of the two RBUs within 2,000 feet. And I heard discussion of outreach efforts during the cap and after, and keeping them informed. And a couple of times it was mentioned that they had no concerns or objectives. Can you just elaborate on that? Have they affirmatively stated, each one of them, that they have no concerns or objectives, or have they simply not voiced any concerns or objections pursuant to your communications?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Commissioner. Yeah, we spoke with both Mr. Lundvall to the east of the bypass location, and then Ms. Fillinger, who's on the north side of Highway 34. Luckily for us, we've had some longstanding relationships with these folks, not only at this location, but other locations that we have throughout the basin. When spoken to them earlier this month, we walked through, what our timing was, our timing for this hearing that we have today, because we wanted to get some feedback going into this hearing as well. So understanding, what our timing was, where we stood in terms of a permitting process with both ECMC as well as the city of Greeley. That was all walked through, and they had no further concerns or comments regarding that. But to just keep them informed when we get closer to starting to perform operations or construction, which would be the first piece as well.
Thank you, Mr. DeRose. No further questions.
Further questions for the panel? All right, I'm seeing no further questions from the panel or from the commissioners to the panel. We would move into deliberations. Does anyone care to initiate deliberations? Commissioner Messer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any deliberative thoughts that haven't already been said, and so I just move approval of the application.
Second.
Very good. Motion and a second to approve the application. Further discussion, Commissioner McGowan?
I add a friendly amendment per the agreement with the operator to communicate with those two neighborhoods to the north about their timing and who to communicate with if they need to.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Friendly second accepted.
We now have a motion with friendly amendment before the board. Is there further deliberation or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing 5 ayes, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Weslinky, to you and your panel, and thank you to staff for the work that was done on this application.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we have one other matter, a financial assurance plan that is going to occur after a lunch break. The agenda teed up 30 minutes for lunch. Do you want to say 35 minutes, come back at 1 o'clock? Sound okay? All right, see everybody at 1 o'clock. All right, good afternoon. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is August 30th. It is 1 p.m. and we are going to continue with our docket. Next up is docket number 221100286. The applicant is Evergreen Natural Resources, LLC, and it is a proposed financial assurance plan. And the applicant is represented by Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, your appearance.
Good afternoon, Chair Robbins. Just a second. Good afternoon, Chair Robbins. We're having a few technical difficulties. I apologize.
Yeah, you got a bit of an echo.
Yeah, I think that we've solved the problem. Jim Martin, Beatty and Wozniak for Evergreen Natural Resources.
Great. And I see that you have with you a slate of witnesses. Perhaps if we could have each of the witnesses visualize themselves, and we'll get AAG Davenport to swear them in?
That'd be perfect. Thank you, Mr.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I see 3, perhaps 4 potential witnesses, Mr. Sexton, Mr. Burton, Mr. Lopez, and Ms. Smith. Is that correct?
She's on.
Okay. Oh, and I've got more people popping up. So I'll do my best to identify everyone. We'll go down to the line. What I'm going to ask each of the witnesses, potential witnesses, to do is to appear on screen, raise your hand, please, state your name, and then state that you swear to tell the truth. I'll start with Mr. Sexton, please.
No one can hear them.
Mr. Davenport, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you now,
Great,
and
great.
you are clear
Great.
without the echo.
We have five witnesses to be sworn in. Mr. Lopez is actually a public commenter, Mr. Davenport.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we have Mr. Wayne Burton, Mr. Bryce Erickson, Mr. Ben Burke, Mackenzie Smith, and Mr. Mark Sexton. You might have a better screen than I do. I can't see all of those people.
All right.
Ms. Amaro, Mr. Burke is not yet, can't seem to be visualized. Could you elevate him if you could?
Okay, while we're doing that, I'll get started with the witnesses, if that's all right, Mr. Martin.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Sexton, please. If you would raise your hand, state your name, and say that you swear to tell the truth.
I am Mark Sexton.
There, it's better.
I
Go
swear
ahead,
to tell
please.
the truth.
Thank you,
What
Mr.
else?
Burton. That worked. Thank you.
I am Wayne Burton. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
My video's not, but I swear to tell the truth.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Mackenzie Smith, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Erickson?
I'm Bryce Erickson. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Burke?
We've not heard from Mr. Burke. You're muted, unfortunately.
There we go.
My name is Ben Burke. I swear to tell the truth.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to get to public comment here in just a sec, but Mr. Martin, do you have all your witnesses in one room? But we are getting quite a bit of feedback depending upon who's got mics undone versus not undone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear you there. I was yelling at our IT guy.
Yeah, it appears that perhaps you've got your witnesses in one room and we've got multiple mics. So we need to make sure that only one mic is audioed at a time. Otherwise, we're getting a lot of feedback from a lot of people.
Mr. Chair, we realize that and we're working on it. We thought this would be more convenient for everyone. We might have been wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you about 10 minutes to get that solved because I've got some public comment to go first. So we'll let your IT guy straighten that out while we work through public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, no problem. All right.
Yeah.
I had on public comment, I see Mr. Lopez is someone that signed up and he's actually visualized himself. So we'll let you go first, Mr. Lopez, if you like. And then I see a public commenter named Lewis. I assume that's Lewis Simpleman, and we'll have him go second. Is that fair?
That'd be fine there, Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, and you're not echoing or anything, so you're winning.
Well, I'm in my basement of my house, so that's why I don't have a bunch of offices. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Commission. And, you know, now that we got your name changed, I had to make sure you were not a motorcycle club. The ECMC kind of confused me, so I'm glad not to see you all in leather jackets today. To start off with a little humor for us. My name is Luis Lopez, guys, and I miss seeing you. You were here not so long ago in Los Animas County and visiting with us down here, and it was great to see you then. It's good to see you now. And the reason I'm here today is to put a human element regarding the financial aspect of what Evergreen Natural Resources does to my community that I reside in and I represent as a commissioner. But not only as a county commissioner, I own 3 other businesses as well here in Los Animas County, and a husband and a father of 2, one who is attending college now at Trinidad State College. And the financial impacts that this organization brings to this community is great. And I would like to share some of those dollars and stories with you here briefly with this short few minutes that I have. On a dollar amount, as most of you know, we all work with around budgets and dollars and how to operate and fund our communities, our organizations, and our groups that we represent. And in this particular case, we're about 2.6 million of what Evergreen Natural Resources brings to the Los Animas County budget alone, which is about 15% in tax dollars that Los Animas County receives and is able to operate in our county government for our general fund budget. And that is huge percentage in the world of bust and boom of Los Animas County, including our recent shutter of a coal mine. The constant North Star in finances or tax dollar revenue coming into this community has been natural gas industry, including Evergreen Natural Resources over the years. The partnerships that they've developed here in my community have been tremendous, with the dollar amounts being commuted into our local businesses with their workforce. Their workforce is about 175 employees, I believe, to the tune of about $15.4 million of annual payroll, which 90% of those reside here in Los Animas County. So that partnership with the local community members, creating jobs and stability of jobs, when again with the bust and boom coal and now the marijuana industry, which is busting now here in Los Animas County as well. So the dollars aren't generated as they used to be in those industries. But this one's been a constant. And out of those 175 employees, we have to think of the overall effects that it brings to us at a local level, not just alone in the money that's generated by the revenues for employment and the tax dollars that go into Los Animas County General Fund budget, but the local school districts that are affected by that as well. The local school districts run on population base, and their attendees of their students and their enrollment is how they receive federal and state funds as well. So it really assists the Primero School District up in the Western Colorado and the area west of Trinidad, but also the students are overall a beneficiary of the effects of this natural gas industry we have here in Los Animas County. Their education is better for it. The monies that are generated in assisting those school districts here in the community, it really helps them tremendously to bring up our next generation of folks like you and I that are sitting in these offices today. The fire protections that they assist with our fires, the most recent, the Titan fire we had here in Los Animas County up in my district, and the assistance that they are able to provide for local fire stations, and assisting in anything that is needed here in our community, to even offering shelter for evacuees, is tremendous dollar amount that you can't really put a dollar amount on when it's a generous donation on their accord. The most benefit also is the capture of the seepage of the natural methane that is seeping out of our abundance of coal seams we have in Los Animas County, including the coal mines that were abandoned years and decades ago. The benefits of collecting that and capturing that through their wells shows a great benefit, including the discharge of the clean water that we have abundance of in their work and all of the wells that they have here that assists in our wildlife and our cattle ranchers, and also when we are able to implement that in case of a fire mitigation process, which we are on the process now of identifying those wells and the water protections that they could be utilized in case of dangerous times like that. So as a father, as a businessman, I am a direct beneficiary of this industry that is here in Los Animas County, that assists my children, assists my businesses, and will assist me long after I'm out of the county commissioner's office. Again, I don't work for this organization. However, I do appreciate the efforts that they have here. And as long as, in my mind, they are kept in compliance with the rules and regulations that your organization puts forth, that we keep it safe for the community members, and that water that is being discharged is always safe. Of course, it is right now, and they do a great job at it. I think this would be a great assurance for this community financially for Los Animas County for many, many years to come. So with that, I thank you for your time. Please keep that human element in mind of how it not just affects an industry, but it affects a community. I thank you very much, Commission, and good to see you all.
Good to see you again, Commissioner Lopez. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for providing that information to us on this docket. We appreciate it. Would now call upon Louis Simpleman. You're muted, Mr. Simpleman.
There we go. Can you hear me okay now?
I sure can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to say a few words before you. Let me just tell you who I am. First of all, I'm born and raised in Trinidad, as was my wife. Left in 1959 to go back east to school. Saw too many John Wayne movies and spent 27 years in the Marine Corps, going all over the world and living in all places. But Colorado was always my home. As a military, you can keep a residence, except for that about 10 years in which I had my consulting business in Washington, D.C. I've been a resident of Trinidad, really. So it's always home. Love Trinidad. I tell my friends, we don't breathe the air down there. We drink it. It tastes so good, as is the water. My wife and I returned home in over 20 years ago. One of the first things I wanted to do was give back to the community. So we helped start the Trinidad Community Foundation, which has done some very, very good things for the community and has grown. But right now, Trinidad is in a resurgence. We're growing. We had years of depression when the coal mines pulled out. I'm a coal miner's son, and I know full well what it means when the mines stop, when the production decreases and miners are left holding the bag, so to speak. We have in Evergreen a consistent, constant employer who contributes significantly to the community. Commissioner Lopez went through the tax and all that, but I want to talk a little bit from a different perspective. Is the first thing I learned, and very soon I learned, was to be successful as a nonprofit, we really need business, government, and the nonprofit to all work together. And when those three entities work together, and you don't care who gets the credit, incredible things happen. I mean, unbelievable things happen. And I can give you example after example, but I look at it in two ways. The individual, when I see somebody at Walmart or Safeway spending $1 that they earn from Evergreen, I know that dollar is multiplied 7 times. If you've done any kind of economic analysis, that's what they'll tell you. So the input into the community from the human level, then from the corporate level as well, and being able to do things for the community and with the people, you just cannot overrate. If any one of those three pillars, business, government, or nonprofit, weakens or disappears, the ability to conduct business, the things we do, bringing people together for causes that matter, it's very, very difficult to succeed. We need Evergreen. We need what they bring to the community, the people, the corporation. One last thing, I hunt, fish, and I hike. And I'm passionate about the environment, and I wouldn't be talking to you if I didn't think that Evergreen felt the same way. So I thank you for the opportunity and we request your support.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time out of your day and being with us, and thank you for the public comment on the docket. We had one other person sign up that's in the house, Lisa Camarillo. I probably butchered your name. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate giving the opportunity. My name is Lisa Camarillo. I'm the general manager and managing partner of Phil Long Toyota. I also own a separate business here in Trinidad, Hot Yoga on Main, and I've been here for almost 11 years. Through my 11 years, one of the things that I have found as being a business owner and a community activist and a participant in the community is the integrity that Evergreen actually brings to the table has been of the utmost of it's been the utmost impressing thing to me because not only do they pay a fair wage, but they hold their employees to a much higher standard. Not everybody can just get in. They hold them to a higher standard in the hiring, the vetting process of becoming an employee and then maintaining them. That trickles down into our community, holding a higher level of accountability of how people act and how they are responsible in their community. We get to see it, sure, through selling cars, but I get to see it on a full community level. Just the fact that these families are supported, they make a fair wage and they can contribute into their community. They can put their children into the schools, they can support the private schools, and they're proud of the jobs that they have. The majority of people that I have come across that work for Evergreen have been there for many, many years and hold the company to as in high esteem. So my part of just wanting to speak out on this company today is just to say thank you that there is a professional business partner out there that does know how important it is to not just operate with integrity with our employees and with the way we do business, but in our community and the long-term value of what that brings to our community and the children that we're raising. So I am in support of Evergreen Resource. So thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Thank you as well for being with us and taking time out of your day to provide comment on the docket. We appreciate it. We had one other public commenter sign up, Warren McDonald, but we're not able to find Mr. McDonald in the attendee list. Oops. Okay. So with that, we will be done with public comment. And at this time, we would allow you, Mr. Martin, to proceed with your case in chief.
Jim Montoya. Chair Robbins, can you hear me?
Yes. I'm also getting a message in the chat that he is under Jim Montoya.
That's correct, Chair Robbins. He's using another person's computer. So person for whom you're looking is actually calling in under Mr. Montoya's.
Okay, so we will elevate the Montoya computer and we will confirm that that has Warren McDonald. Let's give that a second. Yep. Mr. McDonald, if you're flying the flag that is Jim Montoya, if you want to unmute, we'd love to hear from you.
There we go. We good?
Yeah, who are you?
Warren McDonald. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I don't have stable enough internet up on the ranch. We're in the middle of this Raton Basin field. And
no problem.
So I came down to their office and it's been a scramble for the last few minutes just to make this thing work. So anyway, my name is Warren McDonald. I'm a 5th generation rancher in Los Animas County. My folks came on the Santa Fe Trail in 1891 and homesteaded. Great grandfather and my kids will be 7th generation. My grandkids will be 7th generation. So we've been here a while. I'm a past president of the Southern Colorado Livestock Association. And I served on the Soil Conservation Board. So I am a little familiar with the way our ecosystem works and the way ranches and farms work. So anyway, I wanted to comment a little bit about when we plug and abandon these wells, and I guess I've got a question to the commission. If I decide that I want to keep road or I want to keep a location when these wells are abandoned, can I get overruled by you guys? Or is what I decide and what the production company decides, is that the way it's going to be?
Mr. McDonald, I believe we visited your ranch when we were down there. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
I thought so. And we talked about water and we had a real good discussion. So I appreciate that. At the end of the day, and I think I answered this at that time, we have standards with regard to reclamation, but we have processes by which the surface owner can ask to have different standards or different things apply. And that's a decision for the commission, but generally speaking, provided that we've got the surface owner and the operator in alignment, quite often we would allow for something different than the standards. So thank you for the question.
Okay, I'm just not sure I understand the answer. So will I get overruled on a decision that I make on a road or a location?
We can't, number one, I can't answer that question because I don't have the specific application before me, but we do have within the Energy and Carbon Management Commission processes by which the surface owner can determine what the resultant reclamation looks like. I would also point out that we're here today on a financial assurance application for Evergreen Resources. So would love to hear your thoughts about that is teed up for us today.
And I apologize. I thought this was all part of that process. So I realize that you've got different categories for these producers fall under as to how much bond they've got to put up to keep a well. And you realize that our wells are different than wells everywhere else around the state. And that we might have a handful of wells that are only putting out 5 MCF a day. But all that infrastructure, that well is already in place. And they've put together a frac crew that comes in and refracts these wells. And then all of a sudden they're putting 50, 100, even 200 MCF a day. So a lot of times these wells, these coal bed methane wells are not dead because they perforate different sections. There's a lot of this coal in these wells that haven't been perforated. So you go and you perforate it, and then you even stimulate and frack the stuff that's already there, that's already perforated, and shoot it, and it's a viable well again. And there's a lot of folks in the ranching and farming community here that they depend on this money, and we've become accustomed to it. I haven't so much, don't depend on it, but I know a lot of people do. And I just hope that we don't fall under the same standards as the DJ Basin or some of the other ones. We also are very depending on the water that is being produced. That water has enabled us to graze ground that we never could before. So I think we work in very good harmony with the gas company. We started out in the 80s dealing with Amoco, and that really was a tough one for me to swallow. When Evergreen came in and bought them out, then we had the choice of where these wells were going to go and where these roads were going to go. So shoot, that give us, this is mountainous country and it was tough country. There's some of these canyons we couldn't get into, but they didn't have a problem doing it with big D8s and big excavators. And now we've got good roads that gives us access because I make a living running cows and hunting elk and hunting deer. And their operations haven't stopped us a bit. I was concerned at first that it was going to hinder our hunting operation. It hasn't. It's better. The calf crops that we're getting in these elk and the fawn crops and the turkeys are just tremendous. And I don't know what it is, why they're so good, but I can tell you that the oil and gas company, the gas company certainly hasn't been detrimental to it. So that's kind of where I'm at there. But I thought that part of this was determining how these things would be plugged and abandoned. And I'm just here to tell you, if I want a road kept or I want a location kept, and you folks come in and say that's not going to happen, we're going to have a problem. That's all.
Well, why don't we, thank you for being here and providing us this information, and maybe we can cross bridges about what happens once we get to them down the road. We're now
Sounds
going to
good.
take up the financial assurance hearing application for Evergreen. I want to thank all the members of the public for being here and presenting to us, and especially you, Mr. McDonald. I know it's a hassle getting away from the ranch and down to an office with internet, so we appreciate it.
You bet, and I appreciate the opportunity, sir.
Yep. All right. With that, and with the hopes that Mr. Martin's IT guy got his microphones set up correctly, we would recognize the applicant for case in chief.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
And I can hear you, and I'll only hear one of you.
That's, you wouldn't want more than one of me, Chair Robbins. Just for the record, I'm Jim Martin of Beatty Wozniak. I'm here today representing Evergreen Natural Resources. We're talking about Evergreen's financial assurance plan, as you just noted. And as you noted, this is docket number 221100286. And if you'll indulge me for just a moment, Chair Robbins, I want to take a moment to thank your team, and especially Ms. Amaro, for helping us with an endless array of questions about how to get all of this organized today. She's been receptive and gracious and thoughtful, so she definitely deserves our thanks. With that, Mr. Chair, we propose that the order of play will go something like this. We'd like to proceed through our presentation in as logical a way as we can, in hopes of minimizing confusion. If that's okay, we'll start with a brief overview of Evergreen and its operations. We have 2 witnesses for the open session. We'll then ask that the commission go into executive session. Evergreen will share with you during that executive session substantial information about Evergreen's business plan, its reserves and reserve estimates, as well as Evergreen's overall financial health. That done, we'll ask that the commission return to regular session. It's obviously your call, but we will have submitted all the confidential information we have, and then we'll provide some testimonial support for demonstrated costs for reclamation work, which we hope will clear up some of the confusion that appears to have arisen. We'll also hear about the geothermal potential of Evergreen's assets. Finally, we will endeavor at the end of our presentation to explain Evergreen's option 5 proposed financial assurance plan. And with that, Chair Robbins, our first witness will be Mr. Mark Sexton, who's the CEO of Evergreen Natural Resources. He will provide some background information that we believe is important context for the option 5 proposal that we will present to you shortly, if that's okay with you, Chair Robbins.
Yeah, that order of play makes sense to me, and we'll just proceed in that fashion at this point. And so we will hear from Mr. Sexton.
Great. Thank you, Chair Robbins.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Mr. Sexton.
Make sure you only have one line going at a time. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Nice to see you again. And I'm here today to reintroduce you to Evergreen Natural Resources. I'll be brief since you already heard a lot of this when you were in the Raton Basin last March. And by the way, I genuinely enjoyed the opportunity to show you our operations and the interest everyone took in the details and understanding why coal bed methane in the Raton Basin is a different animal than other oil and gas operations in the state. So Evergreen is a coal bed methane natural gas producer operating in the Raton Basin. That's where all of our assets are located. And we operate across roughly 200,000 acres, and we are only in Los Animas County. Coal bed methane production, which we refer to as CBM, is a lot different from the kinds of oil and gas operations you probably are more familiar with, like those in the DJ Basin or the Piceance Basin. The vast majority of Evergreen's producing wells are shallow wells, less than 4,000 feet in depth. They are not deep, long horizontal wells with multiple zones, but rather they are shallow vertical wells drilled into the Raton and Vermejo coal formations specifically for CBM gas production. If you were to look at one of our ENR owned rigs, you might mistake it for a rig drilling a water well. The wells were drilled on small pads with very modest surface disturbance. These well pads only have natural gas engines or electric motors on them, meter houses, and maybe a two-phase separator on location. One other thing that is important in considering financial assurance is that Evergreen produces only methane gas, so there are no oil or hydrocarbon fluids produced, and no VOCs are emitted through the production of our gas, and you won't find any VOC emitting tanks on any locations. There are no centralized gathering locations, nor are there any oil or gas tanks of any type. We also have a good story to tell on the produced water side. You heard Mr. McDonald talk about that. The water produced by Evergreen is primarily agricultural grade, so the ranchers love it. It can be discharged to surface via CDPHE permitted discharges to enhance riparian areas, and it is a valuable resource for local ranchers such as Mr. McDonald, not only for their cattle, but for the wildlife. Our water also reduces wildlife fragmentation by encouraging wildlife corridors in the area and habitat in coordination with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and local ranchers and landowners. Evergreen's operations are distinct from those you see in other basins. Our business plan is also different. We acquired the asset from Pioneer Natural Resources in 2008, and in 2009, we began a recompletion program to bring inactive and low-producing wells back into production. While recompleting a well requires more than 4 times the financial investment as compared to plugging and abandoning a well and reclaiming that well site, recompleting wells has several advantages over drilling new wells. Pardon me. Capitalizing on existing resources and infrastructure allows for reduced environmental and wildlife impacts. Evergreen's vertically integrated business structure also helps the program to succeed by allowing almost all the operations to be done by Evergreen personnel using Evergreen-owned equipment. These operations, which are typically outsourced by other operators, include water hauling, reclamation operations, workover and recompletion projects, road repair, and many others. Evergreen's recompletion program has a better than 95% success rate. Let me repeat that, better than 95% success rate. There are a couple of other things you should know about our operations. First, recompletions are done quickly, typically 1 or 2 days. Second, they're done without any additional surface disturbance. Third, they're done during daylight hours only, so there are no nighttime lighting or noise issues. And fourth, only our recycled, produced agricultural grade water is used in the recompletion operations. Finally, I want to complete this part of my presentation by emphasizing the role Evergreen plays in the Trinidad and Los Animas County communities. As Commissioner Luis Lopez highlighted, Evergreen employs more than 160 people from the local community at this time and has employed as many as 200. 93% of our employees live in Los Animas County. Evergreen's ad valorem taxes contributed over $2.6 million to the county's annual budget in 2023, which Commissioner Lopez verified was about 15% of the county's collected tax base. Over the last 12 months, Evergreen's employees who live and work in Los Animas County were paid more than $15 million. So Evergreen's tax and payroll contributions go a long way to bettering the community we live and operate in. The economic health of the community is very much dependent upon the responsible and environmentally helpful activities of our company. At the same time, according to CDPHE's EnviroScreen, Los Animas County is one of the most burdened counties in the state for pollution and climate, as well as health and social concerns. The Commission's own studies indicate that Evergreen's operations over the past 20 years have contributed to a reduction of fugitive methane emissions from the abandoned coal mines and naturally occurring coal outcrops in the Raton Basin. Finally, Evergreen's goal is to promote geothermal energy co-development in the areas we operate. Now I believe Mr. Martin will introduce you to Wayne Burton with Netherlands Sewell and Associates, who will explain the differences between conventional oil and gas plays and a CBM play such as ours.
Chair Robbins,
Hello, yes.
Chair Robbins, our next witness is Mr. Wayne Burton, but I'm not sure he may have been dropped from the panel.
Okay, let's see if we can re-identify him.
Can't hear anything.
There he goes.
Hello, Mr. Burton. You'll need to unmute.
Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone in attendance. As Mr. Martin mentioned, my name is Wayne Burton. I'm a consulting petroleum engineer working for Netherlands Sewell and Associates. We've got offices in Dallas and Houston. I worked there for 18 years. And prior to that, I worked for Hess and Exxon. At this point in the presentation, the company's asked me to speak to my experiences evaluating coal bed methane operations, producing properties, and comparing those, as Mr. Sexton alluded to more conventional plays and what those differences are. Over the next few slides, I'm going to attempt to make a point that coal bed methane producing fields have wells that are kept online much longer and much more consistently than conventional fields. And the operators of CBM fields wells are compelled to keep those wells online. The differences between CBM operations and conventional operations can be seen both at the field level and at the individual well operational level. As Mr. Sexton alluded to, the typical CBM well has a much smaller footprint. They've got shallower reservoirs that they target. So the surface imprint is much smaller. You do see CBM wells, in order to optimize their recovery, they need to produce continuously, minimizing downtime. There's compelling reasons for this. It's in stark contrast to conventional operations where an individual well is usually evaluated by the operator in a silo. They consider both mechanical load-up conditions or economic limits at that single well. It's in a bit of a stark contrast. It's primarily reservoir management considerations that CBM operators tend to look at their wells in groups. The reason for that are mostly physical. Even low producing wells aid in the pressure drawdown at the reservoir level and can contribute to optimizing rates for offset better producing wells. The drawdown's a major consideration for recovering gas out of the reservoir. The gas is absorbed onto the coals, and the drawdown allows for that gas to desorb. So they look at it in terms of groups of wells. And the last point I'll make for a difference here before we illustrate graphically some differences is that CBM reservoirs tend to be large continuous accumulations in a low energy environment. This lends towards flat, stable declines both at the well level and at the field level, and what you'll see in a minute will illustrate that. For conventional assets, in general, because of unconformities at the reservoir level and other considerations, the declines for those rates tend to be steeper, and that means shorter well lives primarily. I'm going to show you a couple of panels of graphs over the next two slides. And what you'll see in this first set of slides is, I'm going to acclimate you to this. This is comparing a few CBM plays and one conventional play that we pulled together. There were a number of options that we could have considered, but you're looking at 4 plots. The top left is the Black Warrior CBM play. Top right is Raton Basin. Bottom left is a CBM component of San Juan. And the contrast is in the bottom right, where we've taken only vertical Codell Niobrara wells to try to have some similarity in wellbore schematic. The graphs are showing on the left and in the red line the aggregate gas production from all of the active wells. And the black line is the active wells over time. I apologize for the small font, but be rest assured the x-axis is years. And you can see your normal buildup as drilling activity happens from left to right. Your active well count is going up, and hence gas production is going up. What I'd like you to train your eyes on is in each one of the CBM plays over time, where active well count becomes relatively constant, the decline is both predictable and fairly flat. And if you can extrapolate in your mind those trends going out in time, it does allude to longer well lives at the individual level and field lives. The contrast is in the plot on the bottom right, where you see well counts over time, eventually hitting a steep decline where they've stopped drilling, and you can see the well count curve over and start declining where wells are going offline. The next panel of graphs is going to, it's a little more abstract, so I'll explain. It's the same as the previous one. You see active well count in black in each one of the graphs. The blue line is using the left y-axis, and that is a scale of 0 to 100%. What we've done is we've taken all the active wells that make up the black line, and we've queried how many are operating at a very low rate. I've chosen 2 MCF per day here. It's a arbitrarily low rate, but it is significantly low. And what you see in all of the panels is early on in time, wells coming online, gaining rate. You can see that very well in the San Juan on the bottom left, where they're producing that pressure drawdown before the gas evolves. And then as the drilling stops, you see the well count go constant, and this percent of wells at or under that 2% stays relatively constant. In all 3 CBM plays, you can see it dance between 0 and 10%. There's a couple of things to point out here observationally. On the Raton Basin on the top right, that last little inflection down is some of the work that Evergreen, the company, has done to bring some of their low producers online. People that have spoke before, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Sexton, mentioned the Recomplete. I'll speak about that in a minute. Some of that reduction in lower rate wells is due to recent activity. The contrast I'd like you to see here is the bottom right conventional play. You see as well count starts coming off, these low rate wells start increasing dramatically, where it becomes a large percentage of the sample size that we took and grows in excess of 50%. That alludes to load up conditions, not necessarily just inefficient wells that may, as I alluded to in a CBM play, be helping out offset production wells. And the last slide we have here, specific to the Raton Basin, and a couple of previous speakers kind of took the steam out of this particular point, but I will point out that we have seen as independent third-party consultants, the Raton Basin has 2 unique opportunities that the previous delineation and drilling did not harvest. I'm going to use the terms recompletion and reconditioning as 2 separate operations, but you should consider this as a single intervention into the well that can happen rather rapidly. And the reason why these opportunities exist are the original completions were primarily focused on the lower Vermejo coals. Many of the wells, a large inventory of the wells, left behind some shallower coal seams. I believe Mr. McDonald mentioned that as recent opportunities. And you can add perf in those Raton coals that remain and bring the well back online with both zones producing to increase the rate. The second opportunity is some of the original completions were done with more conventional completion techniques. I believe Mr. Sexton mentioned earlier that going in with an intervention and reconditioning the existing zone with better methods does produce better rates when they bring the well back online. So the combination of these 2 is the inventory that they alluded to and that we've seen and done a lot of technical work on. And these capital projects provide lots of opportunity for operators similar to Evergreen to increase both the aggregate rate from the field and also at the individual well level, extending the lives of each. And I welcome your questions.
All right. Mr. Martin, did you want us to ask questions of this witness, or what is your game plan here? Do you want to get through your entire testimony, or
Mr. Chair,
what's the preference?
Whatever your pleasure. We have a number of technical witnesses. If you'd like to ask questions as we go through, that's fine. If you'd like to hold your questions until the end of our presentation, that's fine too. Whatever is most useful for the commissioners.
I'm taking notes, and I'm happy to wait and ask questions at the end. We also are going to give an opportunity for staff to speak as well. Does any commissioner have any concern? Do you want to ask questions now? Do you want to wait until the end? Do you care? Is there a preference? Commissioner McGowan?
I'd rather ask questions after each person myself, instead of having to remember who's presented what and going back to presentations and having to open them up potentially. But that is
Yeah,
just.
that's fine. Then if you've just made the call for the entire commission. So at this point, we will open up this witness for questions, and I would recognize Commissioner McGowan first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to his presentation, and I'd like to make sure that I'm understanding, I think a couple of the charts that you have, which is the black line and the red line. And the red is, sorry, what is the red and what is the black?
Those are good questions, and I apologize if I went through too rapidly. The red line is actually aggregate gas rate produced from the field over time. So this is what the whole play has produced for gas volumes annually from the inception of drilling. So for instance, if you look at the top left Black Warrior panel, that left y-axis starts at a very low rate at year, I think that's 1980, and increases over time and to almost 100 BCF annually, and then starts to decline as well counts go flat. The second curve, the black curve, you need to look at the right y-axis, which is well count, and that is active well count. So the early part of that same panel is where they start drilling, and you go from no wells, and it takes until, for instance, 1990, 1991, where they get to over, that looks like over 4,000 or 5,000. The scales are a little off, but it was really just illustrating how flat over time, eventually when the drilling stops, those wells are still online continuously instead of a lot of variation. Hopefully that addresses your question.
Yeah, yes, thank you. That was helpful. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around. I think I read somewhere in the documentation that the average life of a well in the Raton is 35 years. Did I misunderstand that?
No, I think you're right. To date, it's likely the average well is close to that.
Okay.
It varies obviously through programs.
Okay. So on your x-axis, does that assume that those lines are pretty steady because new wells are being drilled to replace the wells that are retiring? My common sense tells me that line should be going like this, because if the average life is 35 years, we should see a decline in the total well count, and then therefore how much is being produced.
That's a great question. I think the vernacular is where we're lost here. It's additional 35 years, not 35 years sum total for a well life. We do see these CBM wells lasting in excess of 50 years or more. And in many of these plays, we've had wells that have been online for a very long time. An example is that Black Warrior. That scale is 42 years from left to right, and they're almost at their peak well count, and they're not going to be declining anytime soon. So if you extrapolate that curve out, you could have another 30, 40 years on top of what has already historically occurred. So I apologize for that confusion, but it's an additional 34 to 35 years.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I'm trying very hard, and I had trouble with this last time, remembering what was confidential and what was not. So you can just, if I start heading down somewhere, just please tell me to stop.
You're going to have ample opportunity in the next session when we talk about it. I have lots of materials there, and I'm sure you'll have questions. We'll try to address it.
Could you, and maybe you are not the right person to ask, but if a well is recompleted, does that add time, or is to the average? Is it still 35 years?
Another great question. That is a good question. There are a number of ways to look at this. At an individual well level, yes, it can extend the life dramatically, particularly if it's a very low producing well. Mostly because I mentioned earlier that the CBM operators tend to look at wells in groups. The individual well just adds to the aggregate. So you really can see that this inventory of recompletes and reconditioning projects extends the field life, not just the individual well life, because it's making the aggregate rate go up.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't also know if you're the right person to ask this, but if we were to categorize wells into wells that need recompletion to really have a viable, I guess I'll use viable life, versus wells that are chugging along in this portfolio, do you have an idea about what the percentage is?
in our model, and we'll have to talk about this in the next session for
Okay.
specific data, the vast majority of the active wells can continue even without the intervention for a significant amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully I addressed all of them.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the presentation. I actually have a question for Mr. Martin associated with this testimony. Because I understand talking about life of the field in relation to, an option 3 or an option 4 proposal as a starting point, even for an option 5 and an option 2. Are you bringing this information forward to bolster your argument around a different low producing well argument? Are you bringing this argument forward to show the financial viability of the operator? Help me understand how you intend to apply the information that's being presented here.
Thank you, Commissioner Mesner. A couple of things. One is that we thought it was important to provide some context for a CBM play in the Raton Basin, since it is fundamentally different from most of the financial assurance plans that you've seen from the DJ and even from the peons. Second, we're going to demonstrate with some slides in the executive session about the success of Evergreen's recompletion program to date, and propose that or explain rather that Evergreen intends to continue that recompletion program and substantially increase gas production from these wells. And again, it's a significant distinction from the way in which a well behaves in the DJ Basin. And then it will all tie together to how we believe an option 5 financial assurance plan can be fashioned and why we fashioned it as we did.
Okay, thank you. I'll hear it all out, and then maybe it'll make more sense to me.
I hope it does, Commissioner. We'll have lots of opportunity for questions as well.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you. I may be able to hold this question. I think you've intimated that there might be more information forthcoming on this, and if there is, then we can just hold off on it. But Mr. Sexton mentioned that the recompletion program at this point is deemed to be 95% successful, and I'd really like to hear more about what that means, by what measures that success is determined, and what level of production results, and just some more details. I don't know if that would be during the executive session or an open session, but I'd appreciate more information on that as we go.
And I appreciate the question. This is Wayne Burton. I think that subject is likely addressed in detail in the executive session discussion, if that's okay.
That sounds great. Thanks so much.
Hey, Mr. Martin, before you proceed further, I've got like 76 folks that are listening into this. I'd like to call upon AAG Davenport to provide some context about the words executive session that are being thrown out, and to provide some context on how it is that part of this hearing is being played out in this open session, and part of this hearing will be played out in executive session, and how it is that Colorado law allows for that, just so that we can sort of set the script for everybody that's listening in.
It sounds fine, Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be as brief as possible. Colorado's open meetings law, which is the law that generally requires that all state public bodies meet in open session, also provides that any state body may meet in outside of public view for certain enumerated purposes defined in the statute. One of those is what the commission most commonly uses executive session for, and that is to receive legal advice. But another is to allow the commission to go into, and those private sessions are called executive sessions, to go into executive session to view matters that are to be kept confidential by federal or state law. And that is the purpose of when the commission goes into executive session today, the purpose is to examine and review the confidential business information is deemed under CORA, Colorado's Open Records Act, to examine and hear testimony and evidence in regard to confidential business information from Evergreen. So this is a purpose that is authorized by Colorado Open Meetings Law.
Great. Thanks for setting that part of the script. Appreciate it. Mr. Martin, if you want to proceed. Or I'm
Thank
sorry,
you, Chair.
do we have other questions for Mr. Burton from commissioners? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So now, Mr. Martin, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Chair Robbins, and we will be getting back to Mr. Burton soon, and I'm guessing his testimony will stimulate a lot of questions. For the moment, we're going to return to Mr. Sexton again for a brief explanation of Evergreen's business plan, especially its plans for recompleting wells, including inactive shut-in and low-producing wells to production. That's as we've noted, that's a key distinction from virtually all of the other financial assurance plans you've seen to date, and it may provide some answers for Commissioner Ackerman's questions. But at the moment, I'm going to hand this off to Mr. Sexton.
Now that Wayne has shown you the differences between conventional and CBM plays, and he emphasized the production decline curves, I think it's important to tell you a little more about our business plan so all of the pieces start to fit together. As I mentioned earlier, we acquired the field from Pioneer in 2018, and we started the recompletion program in 2019. We purchased this asset for $79 million from Pioneer. Pioneer had acquired the assets through a merger of our predecessor Evergreen Company back in 2004. So Pioneer ran with it for almost 15 years. The business plan that our investors understood from the beginning was that we would reestablish production from underproducing and bypassed coal seams in the existing well bores. As of July of this year, we have recompleted more than 150 wells. More than half of those recompleted wells would have qualified as inactive or low producing status by the state's definitions. As we expected, this recompletion program has dramatically increased production from these wells. That was our plan all along, to recreate our previously successful integrated business model, and the results show that it is working. We have 2 PowerPoint slides that illustrate what I am talking about. Mackenzie, will you pull up the first one? Thank you. The first slide shows the daily production of methane from the 154 recompleted wells through July 1. You can see the incline in production, which is the total daily production line, charted against the projected decline of these same wells had they not been recompleted, which is shown as the recompletion trend line, pre-recompletion trend line. To date, over 6.3 billion cubic feet of additional gas has been captured from the Raton and Vermejo coal formations into these well bores, produced to surface, and sold into the Colorado interstate gas pipeline system. For these 154 wells displayed on the well count line, without that recompletion program, the aggregate daily production would have been below 2 million cubic feet per day. Today, because of the recompletion investment in the wells, we are producing around 11 million cubic feet per day from these same wells. This is not what you would see in a typical DJ or Piceance Basin well. Let's go to the next slide. The second slide shows the numbers behind the graph. One thing to note is that over half of the recompleted wells were inactive or low producing. You also can see the average production rates post recompletion, broken down by recompletion well status. Their post recompletion production rates indicate these well bores have a use, and Evergreen's commitment to recompleting an additional 150 of them before 2030 indicates our intentions to make them useful. Together, this data proves that through Evergreen's recompletion program, we are efficiently reducing the decline curve of the field over the long term, reducing the methane seepage to atmosphere that would be occurring through fugitive emissions, thereby bettering the environment we operate in, and establishing a second life for these wells in the Raton Basin, effectively reducing the risk of orphanage for these well bores. At this point, Mr. Martin, pardon? At this point, Mr. Martin and Chair Robbins, I think we're planning to go into executive session.
Okay. If that's the case, then we would recognize Attorney General Davenport.
Thank you, Chair. Commission, as I previously noted at this meeting, the commission is entitled to go into executive session. The purpose of this executive session was identified on the agenda for today, and it is authorized by Section 24.6 402(3)(a) Roman 3 to receive confidential business, financial, insurance information from Evergreen Natural Resources and to ask questions on that information. Mr. Chair, with that, we need a motion to go into that executive session.
I would move we go into executive session for the purposes as articulated by AAG Davenport.
Second.
Motion and a second to go into executive session. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Martin, I have a question for you. This is for the public that is listening in. Do you have a sense of how long this executive session might last, knowing that also makes you guess as to how many questions you may get?
I think our Chair Robbins, I believe our presentation is less than 20 minutes. Perhaps add 20 minutes for commissioner questions. That's a wild speculative guess, but 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for folks that are listening in, the commission and the witness and Mr. Martin, we're going to go into a different Zoom meeting. That is our executive session Zoom meeting. You're happy to remain on this Zoom meeting. We will come back to this meeting in approximately 45 minutes, and then the open meeting will continue. So with that, would encourage all of us that are going to the executive session to leave this meeting and join the executive session meeting. AAG Davenport, do you want to tell us what our next steps are?
Thank you, Chair. Standard practice in exiting executive session. I'll read my script and then we'll need a motion to exit executive session. Commissioners, you've just exited an executive session as authorized by 24.6 402(3)(a) Roman 3 to receive confidential business information from the applicant Evergreen Natural Resources. No decisions were made in the course of that executive session and no votes were taken. Mr. Chair, we need a motion to exit.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second to exit executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, we are out of executive session. We're back in our general session. I'm waiting to allow Evergreen Natural Resources and its attorney to show up. There we are. Mr. Martin, we've now exited executive session, and I'm looking to you. Do you have further case in chief in open session at this point? You're muted. Ms. Amaro, I think they need to elevate a phone number. It's the 4407 number, I believe. 4405. Phone number 4405, you need to unmute yourself.
Chair Robbins, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm soon going to have even less hair than I had going into this meeting. Chair, we do have 2 additional witnesses for our case in chief.
Can you give me an approximation of time?
Our next witness, exclusive of questions, is probably 20 minutes or so, and then maybe a little more than that. Mr. Burke is 10 minutes, so 30 to 40 minutes yet, Chair Robbins.
Okay. I probably should have done this between the executive session and this session, but we've been going at it for a couple hours without much of a break. Let's take 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll get started with the remainder of your case in chief for the afternoon. It's 3:24. Let's return at 3:30. That's 6 minutes. I believe we can get started again. Mr. Martin, if you want to call your next witness.
Chair Robbins, our next witness is Ms. Mackenzie Smith. A little background. We did not receive the director's recommendation until Monday noon or so, roughly noon. Understand completely why that was, but it was still Monday afternoon. So we're going to use a slightly different format in questioning Ms. Smith, but we will move as quickly as we can through that testimony.
Okay, and I understand from the hearing officer, you were also given the opportunity to not hold the hearing today and have more time to review the director's recommendation, and your client chose not to do that. So let's just make sure that that's clear. Is that right?
That is true, and we had all of our witnesses on airplanes yesterday, Chairman Robbins.
Understand. All right, go ahead. However you'd like to question the witness, go for it.
Please state your name and occupation for the record, Mackenzie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mackenzie Smith, and I am serving as an independent contractor for Evergreen.
Did you formerly work for Evergreen?
I did.
What was your position at Evergreen?
I was originally employed by Evergreen as a production engineer. However, I shifted into a regulatory role in 2020.
Did we say that you reported to the CEO on many activities undertaken by Evergreen, including the status of reclamation and remediation?
This is true.
So you're generally familiar with Evergreen's reclamation and remediation work?
Yes, I am.
Did you review the director's recommendation?
I did.
It seems as if there was some confusion over Exhibit A on the part of staff. Can you provide some background about this?
I can, and I will have to share some slides in here, so pardon me for taking a minute to do that, but I absolutely can. It does appear that there was confusion by staff for the reclamation authorization for expenditures, or otherwise called the AFE, that has been submitted to the docket for this hearing. Originally, as it was pointed out by staff, our AFE stated that we could do the final reclamation work for an external cost of $21,000. However, after further internal review, we determined that this number was in fact calculated incorrectly, and the actual out-of-pocket expenses to complete a final reclamation were determined to be $31,000. On the new AFE, we decided to only submit the out-of-pocket or third-party cost spend as to not confuse the issue. However, it seems that that only further confused the issue. So I'm going to start from the beginning. From here forward, in my testimony, I will only be speaking to the currently submitted documents for this application. I'm going to be speaking directly to Exhibit A, financial reclamation documentation, which was provided to staff and commission, and the director's recommendation and review documents. On page 2 of Exhibit A, which you should all have, Evergreen provided an AFE which showed the total third-party costs for the final reclamation of an average location within our assets. This AFE does not include the internal spend in it, because regardless of the location, we are already paying our employees for other labor that they do. Therefore, if they are already being paid, we do not need to allocate their time, specifically to a final reclamation project, as they would be getting paid regardless. Said another way, their labor to complete a final reclamation is not an additional cost to the company. Within Exhibit A, we also provided you product data sheets for fiber mulch, seed, and riprap, followed by invoices from our vendors, which displayed the costs paid for these final reclamation materials. The invoices we provided you as a part of Exhibit A were to show you the costs of the products that we purchased for reclamation operations. These invoices and data sheets take you basically from page 3 through page 103 of Exhibit A. It should be noted that Evergreen has not completed a full final reclamation of any location since acquiring the asset. Therefore, these invoices were gathered to help provide the information that we do have to prove our demonstrated costs would be like when that were to happen. The AFE submitted and shown on page 2 of Exhibit A is based on an average disturbance area of 4 acres, which is inclusive of the access road and location well site. To show that this was conservative, I analyzed over 52% of Evergreen's locations from throughout the field and determined that the total disturbance area of an evergreen location is actually roughly 1.7 acres. The average location size is smaller than a half acre of disturbance area, while their access roads measure about 1.4 acres in disturbance area. Bless you. So while they may have longer access roads, as indicated in the review, their location sizes are actually pretty small. Again, this information was included from pages 104 to 126 in Exhibit A, which was provided to the Commission and staff. So I'm going to share, Jim, really quick now, a slide. Alrighty. And put it all myself this time. All right. So, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So this brings us to page 127, and this is what page 127 of Exhibit A looks like. Once these invoices were gathered and the location well sites were analyzed, the material cost information, which you can see cost information here, and the application rate, which you can see here, and the costs were compiled into the table found on page 127. In the table, we use the material costs, which were proven through the invoices, along with their material application rates, which were provided in the product data sheets for all products used. Multiplying these rates and costs by the average location, the average calculated location reclamation area, inclusive of access road and location, of 1.7 acres, seen here at the top, we were able to confirm that the estimated costs on the AFE provided are conservative. But a reminder, our AFE presented on page 2, which is not being shown right now, of Exhibit A, is based off a 4-acre disturbance area, not the 1.7 that was found to be the average expected disturbance area in the field. Therefore, I can confidently say that the final reclamation costs represented on the AFE provided are more than conservative.
Ms. Smith, on page 9 of the director's recommendation, the staff stated this analysis cannot find any reasonable support for the proposed reclamation costs of $31,000 per location. Do you believe that statement is accurate?
Thank you for the question. I do not feel that this statement accurately reflects the 138-page document that is Exhibit A. The information provided proves the cost of our materials required at conservative quantities to complete a final reclamation with internal resources with consideration of the factors laid out in the statement of basis and purpose. We probably, or I probably could have made it a bit more clear. However, the information was there. The data from the invoices with established providers won't change based off of the type of work that we are doing and is therefore still reliable data, which can be used as a foundation for the calculation of demonstrated costs.
Mrs. Smith, you referred to internal resources. Does Evergreen employ people who do this kind of work?
We do. We employ over 17 different employees, which have over 140 years of cumulative experience within the basin.
Do they work on reclamation and construction team?
They do.
Thank you. Did anyone from commission staff reach out to you or anyone else to review your demonstrated cost proposal?
They did not.
Are you familiar with the progress of the known can say that quickly and easily 3 times, of the known remediation issues that are mentioned by staff on page 9 of the director's recommendation?
Yes, I am.
Can you provide some more detail on that?
Absolutely. The staff indicated that Evergreen has 21 open remediation projects, and in the review asked Evergreen to provide an analysis of the assurance required to address these concerns. Without conducting a detailed cost estimate, they have suggested that each remediation have a $25,000 assurance coverage, totaling a minimum of $525,000 for these 21 open remediation projects. So first, I would like to point out that of the 21 open remediation projects, 3 are in the process of closure and are ready for ready for closure based off the most recent round of soil sampling results. That said, of the remaining 18, 10 of these are remediation of pits for closure on location. So while the wells are still active and producing, Evergreen is actively working on remediating pits that were constructed previously and do not meet ECMC standards today. So regardless of the type of remediation, this minimum request by staff is far out of line with representative costs that we spend on remediation of spills and soil sampling for pit closures. On average, Evergreen will spend roughly $2,400 per remediation on soil sampling. For pits, once the soil samples meet Table 915 standards, we are able to use salvaged soil on locations to fill in the pits. Nearly every location has salvaged pit soil on location, and with our internal resources and our internal equipment, it costs us close to nothing to fill those pits in.
Could you describe the typical footprint of a location?
I can, and really quickly, Jim, just to back up, during my employment with Evergreen, I do want to make sure it is noted that I specifically ensured that spills and pit closures were budgeted for in the annual budget. I do not believe that there's any concern that any of these pit closures or spills are going to pose a financial risk for Evergreen. So I just wanted to finish that off.
Thank you. Can you describe the typical footprint of a location?
I sure can. The footprint of an Evergreen location corresponds to the disturbance area for that location. The disturbance area is not larger than the location size. Said that another way. Evergreen does not have off-site gathering locations, and therefore the reclamation costs consist only of on-site facilities such as separators, well site engines, and wellheads, the proper closure of gathering lines on locations and access roads, and the reclamation of police roads where necessary.
How many wells does a typical location have?
Typical location, I should say, 85% of Evergreen's wells are on their own separate location.
So one well per location?
Yes, that is correct.
I understand there can be issues with decompaction of soil at these locations.
That was noted in the review, and with the area that Evergreen operates within, yes, that can be true. Again, however, with Evergreen's business model using internal resources and equipment, there are no out-of-pocket costs for decompaction work that we would need to pay. Evergreen owns the equipment necessary and has the employees it needs to do all of decompaction work on its own.
And how does Evergreen handle cut and fill slopes and recontouring?
So the equipment that we own that is necessary to complete cut and fill slope recontouring, again, is owned by Evergreen. This includes, but is not limited to, 5 motor graders, 3 backhoes, 2 mini excavators, 1 front end loader, 1 D6 dozer, several dump trucks, and a hydro seeder, and dozens of other pieces of support equipment. There's no reason necessary to outsource this work when we employ the most knowledgeable personnel in the basin and own all the equipment to do the work. Regardless of the mountain terrain that we operate within, we are able to do the work internally at a highly reduced cost. I explained these reduced costs to you earlier in the testimony, and they are also provided to the commission on both pages 2 and 127, still seen here, of Exhibit A.
Director's recommendation also raised the issue of topsoil and vegetation. Can you address that?
I sure can. So anytime that good quality soil is on a location when final reclamations are done, that good quality soil will be used at the final stage of the recontouring and reclamation of the location. Since Evergreen is no longer drilling new locations or new wells, we do not have a current topsoil salvaging practice. The majority of Evergreen's locations do have salvaged soil that is still full of nutrients along the cut and fill slope of the location. Topsoil is not included in the AFE because we never have to purchase topsoil for the reclamation of a location. There's no difference between the topsoil in the basin and the other soil that is salvaged on the side of the location. Evergreen does not intend to have to purchase this material at any point in the future for the reclamation of any of its locations. The salvaged soil found along the cut and fill slopes of the location have always been enough material and good enough quality as far as nutritional value for the reclamation of a location. Due to the high alkalinity, especially of the deeper soil, which was excavated to build the location and then stored on location, the soil that is returned to the location upon final reclamation is typically a better quality with higher nutrients than the material when it was pulled. The product that we purchased that was accounted for in the AFE also already includes the cost for fertilizer in it. So there's no additional cost for purchasing a fertilizer.
Thank you. So how does Evergreen go about the process of reclamation?
Our employees broadcast and hand rake seed. Then soil amendments are added through the use of our own hydro seeder. Hydro mulch is used to cover and protect the seed from animal and weather disturbances, which can be expected, especially operating in high priority habitat. The seed mixture that is used by Evergreen is an NRCS, which stands for National Resources Conservation Services, approved mixture for the basin. This plan was created and agreed upon in 2021 between Evergreen employees and NRCS employees, and also was attached to provided to the commission in Exhibit A. If and when specialty mixes are requested and provided to landowners, the orders are made in the same bulk purchase amount that our NRCS basin-wide mixture is. So therefore, we purchase the same volume of that seed, and it only results in a small cost than the typical seed that we order.
Thank you. Switching subjects, has Evergreen ever used any salt kills on its locations?
No, that has never happened.
I understand your locations are in high priority habitat. Does that add to the cost?
Evergreen's locations are 100% within high priority habitat, and it does not add to our cost because every dollar that we spend already accounts for high priority habitat. We do not add separate line items to our invoices for high priority habitat consideration, as it's standard in the work that we do every day.
How about stormwater management? What does Evergreen do to manage that issue?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So geotextiles and riprap are the two materials that we use for stormwater and erosion control. Both of those are and were found on the AFE. At each location, we will install 2 drainage ditches, each of which will require 200 square feet of riprap, totaling to 400 square feet, used on drainage ditches. Additionally, we lay geotextile and riprap along the entire access road if it is needing to be reclaimed. In our calculation sheet, you can see here, making sure it's still up, we have 2 lines for riprap, which are in purple, one of which considers the amount needed for the location, and one of which considers the amount that is needed for the access road. You can see the difference in those volumes here. On average, 12 loads of riprap are used in total, allocating 8 loads of riprap for the access road and 4 for the drainage ditches. No riprap is used on the locations other than the drainage ditches.
Great. One last question, Ms. Smith. Do you have any photos of successful reclamation programs that Evergreen is conducting?
I do.
Could you show them to us?
I will. There were more provided in the Exhibit A. However, here's just one glimpse of one of the locations that Evergreen has successfully completed as far as reclamation work. We're working hard at reclaiming locations and have successfully removed 19 locations from bond since acquiring the asset. While we are not P&Aing as well as ourselves, these locations were left to us by the previous operator, and we are working diligently to take care of those. We continue to work with landowners and ECMC staff to reclaim locations. In addition, since January of this year, Evergreen has had 8 locations receive approval for final reclamation variances so that we can move forward with the operations to restore those locations to meet landowner wishes and ECMC requirements. We do still have 1 additional variance waiting on director's recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Chair Robbins, that concludes Ms. Smith's testimony. She's available for questions.
Questions for the witness? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Smith. I wanted to try and get a little clarification on what you were just talking about. So in the Exhibit A, it talks about your proposed cost and it says third-party cost for final reclamation. But I also heard you say that it's conservative and the costs are conservative, especially since you use your own employees. So I'm understanding, is the AFE that's provided in the Exhibit A, is that third-party costs, or is that the cost including Evergreen Resource employees?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. This has been the point of confusion for all of it. So the AFE that we provided you and that you should be hopefully looking at is just third-party costs. Because we already pay our employees, those internal costs are going to be eaten whether they are spent on this location or at the office or, driving across town. So we don't include the internal cost of our employees on the AFE. This is clear, this is explicitly external spend.
And how are the third-party costs determined for example, the employee trucks and that?
Oh, so that's a great question. So the first two lines are the fuel consumption of within our company trucks to get our equipment and our vehicles to and from location. And the bottom two are again fuel consumption for our bigger pieces of equipment. I want to make sure that I'm saying that right.
So, and that clarification is helpful, but where I want to try and get a little bit more understanding is, as we work through the financial assurance process, one of the things that we're concerned about is having sufficient assurance should something happen to Evergreen. So
right.
if these wells that Evergreen Natural Resources operates were to go into the orphan well program, we obviously wouldn't have the built-in cost for the Evergreen Natural Resources employees. So how is that factored into the cost estimates for the demonstrated costs?
Right, absolutely. So I am not the other witnesses. However, I do think that there is an offset here between Evergreen providing enough information to you all by opening the books and showing you that we are nowhere near the end of life for this field, and us having this equipment that we can do our daily work with every single day to reduce our costs. And so as long as Evergreen is continuing to show that we are bringing them back to the life of this field and basically rejuvenating old well work, we are nowhere near a point in which we will be abandoning these wells. And that is not a concern today to the commission. Also should be noted that Evergreen does not have another basin in which they can send equipment to, right? And so if we were to shut down our operations, typically larger companies will send their equipment to another basin, right, to utilize it there. This is our only asset. The company's equipment would stay with the asset when it is either goes under or purchased by the state or goes to the state, whatever.
But in a situation where something were to happen to Evergreen Natural Resources, whether it's tomorrow, 15 years from now, 30 years from now, I guess what we want to try and understand is, if the state orphan well program has to hire a third party to do it, how do we account for that cost in hiring the third party, aside from just saying, well, we have money for the fuel for the trucks to go there, but not for the actual people conducting the reclamation activities?
Right.
Commissioner Cross, if I could interject here and try to answer that question for you, perhaps with no more success than Ms. Smith, but if I could give it a shot.
Sure.
So I think the premise of our proposal for demonstrated costs is that the company is highly financially capable. It's capable of meeting all of its obligations under the Act and under the rules, and that will be the case well into the future. There's a very low risk, therefore, of those wells being orphaned. Although your question is a perfectly good one and a fair one, there's just a low risk of those wells being orphaned. This is an issue that we believe will be addressed by a future commission. I'm assuming you won't be around 20 years from now in the commission, but you might. But this is an issue that will be addressed by the commission, we believe, as the wells begin to decline 20, 30 years out, and that imposing those costs on Evergreen today is unnecessary.
So, and I guess I'll just finish my questioning just by making sure that I understand what the proposal is ultimately. Because the CBM wells will continue to produce for a long time, there's zero anticipation of plugging and abandoning and reclaiming any wells anytime in the near future. And so therefore, some money is being set aside for the time being, But at a future time, the financial assurance might change once there is an issue as they start to get close to their end of life.
Absolutely.
Okay. No further questions.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Commissioner Cross explored the primary line that I was going to explore, but I did have a couple other questions associated with Ms. Smith's testimony, and would just state for the record that I certainly agree with Commissioner Cross's characterization that financial assurance, the purpose thereof is to ensure that the state's not left holding the bag, and therefore it's difficult to accept that there should be discounted costs for costs that would be borne in-house in the event that a company is viable, when the use of financial assurance is generally when the company is no longer viable. It's a difficult argument to digest. I guess my simple question, Ms. Smith, is that even though the reclamation or the recompletion program exists, and I want to be clear that I commend Evergreen for that approach. I think it's a good one. Will these wells that are recompleted ultimately need to be plugged and abandoned and reclaimed at some point in their life cycle?
Yes, I believe every well eventually will need to be plugged and abandoned. There's no getting around that. We do have, and we will be bringing up next, testimony regarding the geothermal potential of these wells in the future as well. So while Evergreen's lifespan of these wells as CBM producers is 35 plus years out, the potential for the state of Colorado to explore geothermal asset within these wellbores is only going to extend the life of those wells.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Smith, and thanks for bringing that up. I think there's a lot of work yet to be done on the examination of the applicability for oil and or gas wells for geothermal potential. But appreciate you interjecting that in the conversation. And I would agree that, you know, at some point these will need to be P&R'd, and so what we're talking about here isn't necessarily a foregoing of those costs, but rather a relocation of the timeline. And can you clarify for me? I'm a little confused on this point, and I'm sure that it's on my end, but you had stated that Evergreen, I think you had stated that Evergreen had not plugged in, abandoned, and reclaimed any wells during its current stint with these wells. But you also testified that Evergreen successfully removed 19 locations from bond in the reclamation process. Am I right to assume that means that they weren't P&A'd by this version of Evergreen, but they were reclaimed by this version of Evergreen? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so close. They were actually not even P&A'd by the old version of Evergreen. They were P&A'd by the intermediate predecessor between Evergreen 1 and Evergreen 2. And they were acquired within, or I guess with the asset upon purchase of the asset in 2018.
I understand. So they were P&A'd by Pioneer in the interim, and then which certainly, in my understanding, has, you know, some of the same officers and should have some of the same information. And so, excluding the P&A costs, it would stand to reason that Evergreen does have significant data on a site-by-site basis to be able to provide a log of exactly what it costs to reclaim sites on a site-by-site basis. I did see several invoices for, some soil, I think, and some gravel on some seed. But do you have an analysis on a site-by-site basis of what it costs to reclaim each site?
Unfortunately, I don't. I really wish I did, else we would have provided it to you. The 19 locations that we have been able to remove from bond were primarily done by the time that we got them. As far as the major work, we were just letting the seed continue to grow, and in order to reach the 80% revegetation that's required to pass final reclamation. A lot of those invoices, unfortunately, did not transfer with the purchase of the asset, and so we were not able to go back and, man, I looked hard, really hard, scrounged through data to find if we could find old invoices, and none of that, unfortunately, was accessible to us. And so our hands were unfortunately tied with accessing that data and relying on it for this testimony.
Thanks for that response, Ms. Smith. I appreciate that. I think my final question for now would be, and back to this point of Evergreen absorbing many of the reclamation costs or projected reclamation costs in-house. You know, a lot of those costs are moderate in nature, but you know, we touched a little bit on the mountainous terrain and the earth cuts. You know, I think Mr. McDonald even testified that, you know, that Evergreen's been in there with D8s and heavy excavators. Would in your professional analysis, is heavy earth moving on the less expensive or more expensive end of the spectrum when it comes to reclamation costs?
It's absolutely on the more expensive side when it comes to reclamation costs, if you cannot do it yourself. To pay a company to mobilize, first of all, move down from Pueblo, their massive pieces of equipment, bring them back up into the basin or back up into the hills, that is very expensive, and we do not have to do that. So that really heavily reduces our cost to do this, because all of our equipment is sitting in our yard.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. If done in-house, that's a significant reclamation cost that's saved along with the other ones. But I would just point out that I would agree with you that that can be very expensive, as I think you saw in the director's recommendation, understanding that you didn't receive it too long ago. You know, that can run into the hundreds of thousands of maybe more dollars. So that it is a significant expense. I appreciate that. I think that's all the questions I have for you right now. Thank you for your testimony.
I would just
Commissioner
quickly like to
Messner?
interject. I didn't agree to the $100,000 number. I do agree that they're on the more expensive side, but
Kenzie, that's good.
okay.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for being here and testifying. And I'm going to go a little further down a couple of lines of questioning that my fellow commissioners have gone down, because I think the submittal requirements associated with trying to prove up demonstrated costs are a really important part of this process. And while I appreciate that you're testifying here today on certain thoughts around reclamation of sites within Evergreen's portfolio, the rules as provided, and particularly the statement of basis and purpose, clearly lays out that the commission intends for operators to include all relevant costs and information in their single well financial assurance proposal around demonstrated costs, including but not limited to, which means all of these things need to be included: known remediation issues, areas of initial and total disturbance for oil and gas location and any of the associated offsite facilities, number of wells at the oil and gas location, whether the oil and gas location has cut and fill slopes, and if so, the slope ratio of both the cut slope and the fill slope, whether or not the oil and gas location has sandy soils, whether there's any salt kills that have occurred at the oil and gas location or locations, whether the oil and gas locations are in high priority habitat, and whether the topsoil has been salvaged at each of the oil and gas locations. I mean, I'm hearing you testify in generalities on this, and I think that there's some specificity as far as some fixed costs associated with purchasing certain products from third parties. But I wonder if you could direct me to the evidence, the specificity that's required by the rules on all of those things, particularly some of the things that I think staff has highlighted as missing around whether or not there's topsoil on site, whether or not there's cut and fill slopes, what the ratio are of those cut and fill slopes, and you know, some of the specificity that's included in that submittal requirements. I mean, and where that evidence is.
Yes, absolutely. So I do feel like I answered a good portion of those questions just here in the testimony, or I guess in my question and
Right.
answer.
I mean, I appreciate that you testified that, and I understand that you're testifying it, but there has to be documentation. There has to be evidence that's provided to back up what you're saying. And so I'm asking to be able to have you point me to it. I'm not saying that it may not be in the record somewhere, but I've reviewed all the evidence that you've provided. And while there's some generalizations associated within that evidence that you've provided, and some some specificity on certain sites or certain invoices that are provided for materials, I'm missing a lot of evidence that really clearly shows that you've made a showing that these are demonstrated costs associated with these activities and third-party verified, since I think you've testified here today that Evergreen does not have specific invoices for activities that they've accomplished, right?
Right, so yeah.
Mackenzie, I'm going to answer that question, if that's all right.
Jim's gonna answer.
I'm going to interject here, Commissioner. A couple of things. One is I think you heard from our testimony that there was no reason for Evergreen to anticipate remediation costs because they didn't anticipate those costs were remotely as great as the staff estimates that they are. But beyond that, it's hard to understand what and how a company like Evergreen with roughly 2,000 oil and gas locations, 2,000 wells, how they would provide that kind of information for each well in an application. It boggles the mind. Perhaps a much larger company with far greater resources could. But beyond that, I think it's worth remembering that the statement of basis and purpose isn't a rule, it's not even guidance, and it certainly isn't very precise about how this would be done. I think Evergreen did as much work as they could, given the absence of guidance, given the absence of a rule that specifies how this work should be done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martin. That's everyone's favorite argument. It is that the statement of basis and purpose isn't the rule, but the statement of basis and purpose is also where the rules are clarified in a dialogue that it more clearly interprets the specific rules. And the conversations that we had during the financial assurance rulemaking, which you were a part of, clearly contemplated these submittal requirements as part of applications for financial assurance. And so, at least from this commissioner's standpoint, when an operator is asking for demonstrated costs, there is an intent by this commission to need specificity and significant information to back up their proposal for demonstrated costs to ensure that ultimately the application meets the ultimate goal of the financial assurance rules. And so that's why I'm asking for this information. I'm certainly trying to give you an opportunity to provide that information, but I also understand, at least from what I'm hearing, that you've submitted what you've submitted, and that's what you feel like you need to do.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Do you still have a question for the witness, Commissioner Messner, or?
No, I think the witness answered the question, that they've submitted what they've submitted, and that's what they intend
Okay.
to
Just
stand.
okay. Any follow-up? Otherwise, I'm going to call upon Commissioner McGowan. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Ms. Smith, sorry. It's been a long day. I'm wondering your thoughts about, I think in your financial assurance submittal, you all have 147 inactive wells, and I'm assuming that they're in line for sorry, I just feel brain dead. Recompletion. But in the meantime, those are inactive, and I would argue maybe a little more of a risk. And were those addressed differently, or were those treated as the same as your entire portfolio as far as average cost to take care of or to financially assure?
May I ask you a question just to make sure I'm understanding it correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 147 inactive wells, yes. When you ask if those were considered in the same way, Evergreen is intending to recomplete 150 wells through their recompletion program, and we will give first priority to inactive, low-producing wells in said program. And so those inactive wells were not necessarily treated in any different way, shape, or form, except that we would like to have consideration for 150 wells over the next through end of 2029. I can't do math. I'm also brain dead right now. And almost as a replica of the out of service program. And that's a large commitment that Evergreen is willing to give. I can see how it would be viewed that 147 wells is a higher risk, if you will. But Evergreen's recompletion program has proven that these wells, I believe there was a chart that Mr. Sexton spoke to, where TA'd and shut-in wells actually outperform some of the other different categories of wells after they're recompleted. So these are the highest potential recompletion wells, and they're great candidates for the recompletion program.
Thank you. So, those 147 wells are not going into an out of service list.
Yeah.
Which allows you then to not include it in your financial assurance as part of risk, because you are agreeing to P&Aing them within a certain time frame. So I see what you're saying. Like, the parallel is we're committing to recompleting them within that kind of similar time frame. But in the meantime, I do think that they might warrant some sort of more scrutiny as far as how they're being financially assured, because they are not producing right now. And they, I think, arguably then need to be treated a little bit differently. That's just how I'm kind of thinking about this, just to put some context to it. And then I don't know if you are the right person to ask this or if someone else wants to address this, but part of the discussion in financial assurance, in addition to trying to figure out a reasonable amount and to assure that an operator, even if they're in good financial health, is still planning for the retirement of all their wells. They're like people, right? You have to start putting something away for their retirement plan. Even if you're doing really well right now, what are you doing to sock away something so that when you get to the end, there is something there to take care of everything and the state isn't left holding the bag? So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how your application addresses that aspect of the discussions we had around financial assurance. And if it's somebody else, that's fine, Ms. Smith. Yeah, that's okay. I'm going to put that out in discussion.
No, you're fine. I would like to note that Evergreen is committing to, or I guess proposing, single well financial assurance for 91 wells. That includes many of the inactive wells as well. So because they are less than 2 MCF per day.
Mackenzie, I'm going to defer this to Mr. Sexton as well.
Thank you.
So, I'll preface the answer with the statement that, as Ms. Smith stated, we have no intention of P&Aing and reclaiming our active wells right now or our inactive wells. They're assets. They're going to be recompleted. They're going to be brought back into production. We've made a good faith showing on over 150 wells, and we plan to do several hundred more. Actually, I plan to do over 1,000 more. Since 2019, we've invested more than $16 million in the acquisition of equipment needed for us to complete workovers, reclamation work, recompletions on our own. That's a major part of our integrated, successful business model. So we've taken a different approach to other operators that you're saying, well, somebody has to put aside money for this. No, we've put aside money into reworking the wells. We've invested the equipment into buying the land company that does road and location work and can do the reclamation work. We've bought the equipment to put these wells back on production. This is all information that we offered during the rulemaking, trying to articulate why we thought the Raton Basin is different, why we think coal bed methane is different, and why we think our approach and our successful business model is different. We argued at the time that CBM deserved its own category, and we were advised at the time that's what option 5 is for. So here we are with an option 5 proposal. It is our intention to put all of these wells back into production. And if you are curious about our vision for the future, we have seen that wells have been successfully recompleted a number of times. A company called Patina, back in the dark ages when the DJ Basin was just booming for the first time, observed that they could go back in and frack Codell, Niobrara wells as many as 4 times and get additional gas out with each recompletion program. We are finding out that CBM wells can be fracked. We knew they could be refracked more than once. We knew they could be refracked at least once and refracked more than once. And each time we do it, we go in with better techniques, better equipment, better fluids and materials, cleaner fluids and materials. Mr. Burton testified that, you know, he believes at least 700 wells are proven. As we go out and we refract those wells, we will prove up at least twice as many wells. Guess what happens at the end of that? We'll go back and refract them again, and each time we touch them, we add 25 to 35 years to the well life. So we have taken a different approach to extending the life of this field. We have made the investment. Instead of setting it aside for a rainy day, we've made the investment in the equipment, people, resources, and business model necessary to keep this field going for at least 50 years. And so it's a different approach, I acknowledge it, but we have invested the time, the energy in making sure that this is not a problem. Orphan wells are not going to be a problem in the Raton Basin as long as Evergreen is the operator. That we have a business model that we've demonstrated that shows that these wells will be producing for the next 50 years. That is so, and that's what I've tried to offer. It's simply a different business model. We have invested in the equipment. We have invested in the people and the resources necessary. Instead of putting it aside for a rainy day, we've gone out and made the investment in people and a business plan and got an investment grade credit rating, which is almost unheard of for a small private company like ourselves.
Thank you. I appreciate your perspective as a commissioner who was part of the deliberations around financial assurance. The other options, although available, right, were meant to, maybe because you're in better financial health, you get a longer runway, you get a different amount that, you know, for single well financial assurance, but there was always the discussion of making sure, especially for the low producing and it's somewhere going to have an end of life, that the thought is that there is some sort of retirement plan for those wells, not I'm so great, I'm going to keep producing for 35 years. I'm going to guess that you are not going to be doing this in 35 years. I know I'm not going to be doing this in 35 years. I'm going to be lucky if I'm alive and retired. So this is the commission saying.
Thank you for thinking I'm going to be around in 35 years. I hope you're right.
So thank you.
Further questions for the witness? All right, I'm not seeing further questions.
I do have a few more concluding remarks, but I would like to, I think it would be helpful to listen to the testimony of Mr. Ben Burke with the with transitional energy. Jim, is this the right time to transition to transitional energy?
If you're ready for our last witness, I promise it will take no more than 10 minutes and maybe less.
Okay.
And our next witness is Mr. Burke. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Transitional Energy. I believe he's appeared before you several times, not in the not distant past, on the subject of geothermal energy, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your continued attention this afternoon. I look forward to discussing this hot topic with you this afternoon. I am Ben Burke. I'm CEO of Transitional Energy, which is a Denver-based geothermal company working with ENR. I'm speaking today on my area of expertise in subsurface and surface geoscience and engineering regarding geothermal potential present in the Raton Basin of Colorado and specifically at ENR well locations. It's my interpretation and the interpretation of my transitional energy colleagues that many ENR wells have the potential to generate geothermal energy and contribute to a lower carbon future for Colorado. My qualifications to testify in these matters come from my 4 years of experience in co-founding and running transitional energy here in Colorado. Additionally, I have 17 years of experience in oil and gas, 12 years of that here in Colorado, working mostly Colorado basins. I also have 2 years of environmental consulting experience. I hold an AB from Bowdoin College in geology an MBA from Texas A&M University, and a PhD in Earth Sciences from Dartmouth College. I'll start out at a high level today and paint a picture for you regarding geothermal potential in the Raton Basin and really why it's there. I'll zoom in further to a brief discussion of the categories of wells present in ENR's asset west of Trinidad. And finally, I'll end with a recommendation on the current status of the wells. First, however, the big picture. The Raton Basin sits in the southeastern portion of the state, just this side of Raton Pass on the New Mexico border. At one time, it was a bowl-shaped depression filled with sediment. Under a shallow sea, which slowly filled over geologic time with sediment. As the land rose and the sea subsided, the last sediments that filled the basin were originally swamps. Fast forward to today, the deeper parts of the basin flow fluids very well. In the shallower parts of the basin, the swamps have turned to coal. The entire basin is the hottest in the state, basking in the thermal glow of the geologically recent volcanoes in northern New Mexico. A new draft geothermal map from the state of Colorado from the Colorado Geological Survey, shown here as Exhibit 1, highlights the Raton Basin as the hottest in the state. You can see the black star at the bottom noted as the ENR location and the red colors surrounding that. Those red colors represent the Raton Basin and represent the relative geothermal gradient relative to other basins in the state. We have here the perfect ingredients for geothermal energy production. We have hot water in deep flow zones, and we have shallow water from coal bed methane operations that can be cooling water for a geothermal power generator. We seek to use organic Rankine cycle engines, or ORC units, at these geothermal couplets. They work like an air conditioner running in reverse. Please see Exhibit 2, which is on screen here, for a diagram of ORC operation, as well as two pictures of a unit in the field. This is Transitional Energy's operation at Blackburn, Nevada. Inside the gray box labeled ORC, refrigerant heat exchanges with the well water and flashes to vapor. The vapor turns a turbine to make power. The vapor is cooled back off to liquid by heat exchanging with cool water, which comes from the fans, or cool water that can come from coal bed methane wells. And round that loop goes, as the animation in the upper right suggests. This process can remove 30 to 60 degrees of temperature from a fluid stream for power generation, leaving additional thermal energy below 150 Fahrenheit, available for direct thermal use such as building heating, snowmelt, agriculture, and aquaculture. ENR operates 2,071 producing wells, 89 shut-in wells, 64 temporarily abandoned wells, and 15 injection wells, according to the current ECMC records. We believe that wells in the Raton Basin, and particularly within ENR's asset, will have a life beyond oil and gas as geothermal power producers. Hot wells need a corrected bottom hole temperature of at least 160 degrees Fahrenheit and the ability to flow at least 1,700 barrels of fluid, either from one well or an aggregate from several wells. Cool water wells need temperatures below about 90 Fahrenheit and flow matching the hot well, either again from one well or an aggregate. Every well within ENR's asset has the potential to contribute to geothermal power production. I recommend that none of the wells be plugged and abandoned while the geothermal study that we're currently doing is ongoing. The study focuses on determining which wells are hot enough for geothermal power generation, which surrounding wells can be utilized for cooling purposes, and where geothermal power generation equipment would be sited. I anticipate the study being completed by the end of the calendar year. The opportunities for geothermal in this state and in the Raton Basin in particular, when implemented by operators such as ENR, can demonstrate leadership nationwide and set the standard in reusing oil and gas assets for geothermal. Opportunities like this can demonstrate a just transition for oil and gas workers to a low carbon future, where geothermal can be produced both alongside oil and gas wells and afterwards. Thank you for your time today. I'll return you to Mr. Martin.
Chair Robbins, we're blissfully at the point where I'm going to summarize the proposal that Evergreen.
Just a second,
Go ahead,
Mr. Martin. I don't know that we have any, but let me just check in and see if anybody has questions of the witness. Okay, you anticipated no questions. It doesn't look like we have any, so you can come to your summary.
I wish I were that smart, Chair Robbins, but as I said, we're reaching the point where I can at least summarize what the financial assurance plan that Evergreen's proposed, and get a couple concluding remarks from Mr. Sexton, and we can move on. I believe we explained in some depth in the application that, I'm going to stop there actually. Fundamentally, we've tried to explain that Evergreen is different from your classic DJ operator in the fact that it's the perfect candidate for an option 5 financial assurance plan. It's the sort of thing that we believe was anticipated when the commission adopted the financial assurance rules it did not long ago. So the first thing to know is that Evergreen technically qualified as an option 2 operator, one of the options that the commission generated as part of its rulemaking. But using the data auto-populated by the Form 3, Evergreen has 2,193 non-federal wells. 723 of those are low-producing wells, at least as defined by the commission's rules. Using the default value for plugging, abandonment, and reclamation, Evergreen's financial assurance would be $74,220,000. That would amount to 94% of the purchase price in 2018. Even if we were to use Evergreen's demonstrated cost for reclamation, the financial assurance amount would still be $38,306,200. This far exceeds any surety bond that Evergreen could hope to acquire without very significant collateral. We don't believe either amount is reasonable or necessary for a company that's financially capable and has demonstrated a business plan that will return wells to production. It's in fact a company that's the inverse of your classic DJ basin operator. Instead, Evergreen opted to propose an option 5 plan that we believe is fair, protects the state's taxpayers, and recognizes financial health. We calculated the financial assurance amount of $7,557,600. And I'll very quickly walk you through how we got to that number. First, as we showed during the executive session, the rule definition of low producing wells, or 10 MCF, simply doesn't fit a CPM well in this Raton field. In fact, Evergreen's wells are economic as low as 0.25 MCF. Mr. Burton's confidential testimony substantiated that. Evergreen is proposing a threshold for low producing wells applicable only here of 2 MCF, which is 8 times 0.25 MCF. Second, Evergreen hasn't designated any wells as out of service. Commissioner Warren is absolutely right about that. We are proposing an analog that reflects Evergreen's commitment to returning low production and inactive wells to production. Namely, Evergreen will commit to recompleting at least 150 low producing and inactive wells over the next 6 years. Like the analogous arrangement for out of service wells, Evergreen proposes that those 150 wells be segregated and that no single well financial assurance should be obligated so long as Evergreen is making continued progress in completing wells. And the annual director review would certainly confirm either that Evergreen is making that progress or that it isn't. Third, we gave a lot of thought to calculating what is a fair and reasonable blanket amount. That was the hardest part of this process. The rules provide little in the way of guidance or guardrails about how we do that. We looked at option 1 as a start. An option 1 operator of comparable size to Evergreen would be liable for a $3,000 blanket bond. That's equivalent to about 2.7% of a single well financial assurance amount of $110,000. An option 2 operator of our size, on the other hand, would be liable for a $10,000 blanket bond, and that's equivalent to 9% of a single well financial assurance amount of $110,000. Evergreen is proposing a blanket bond amount of 5%, which is right in the middle of these two. We believe it's reasonable, especially taking into account Evergreen's financial health. That amounts to $2,250 per well. Fourth, Evergreen has filed data showing that its demonstrated cost per location reclamation are $31,000. We recognize that there's some disagreement about that number. Nevertheless, Evergreen agrees with the state's plugging and abandonment cost structure and use those costs for its financial assurance calculations. Evergreen has provided in-depth information into Finally, Chair Robbins, Rule 702C5 requires us to explain in some greater detail why Evergreen qualifies for an Option 5 financial assurance plan. We have covered all of those data, in some cases several times over the course of this afternoon. Unless you'd like me to walk through each of those rule requirements with the corresponding information, I'll omit that reference since this information is provided, again, in some detail in the application that was filed with the commission. And with that, I will hand the baton off to Mr. Sexton for a last several brief comments, and then be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, and thank you, commissioners. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to go through this and understand. We've opened our books to you. We've shown you documentation to prove our financial health and stability, and provided some third-party testimony to bring even more credibility and assurance to our business model and our plan. We've shared with you those plans and the success we're having in bringing a fresh breath of production and additional economic life back into this small coal bed methane field in southern Colorado. We've proven to you that this field, and specifically our wells, are more than 30 years away from the end of their productive life, not accounting for geothermal energy production, which we've discussed. We have discussed with you in detail our ability to complete the final reclamation of our locations if and when that becomes necessary in what is clearly the somewhat distant future. We, Evergreen, are willing to have, however, we understand the concern. We went about our business model differently than almost every producer in the state, and we came up with a way to come back in and rehabilitate this field after very competent, very large companies, Amoco, Pioneer, tried, drilled some wells, and said, wow, this doesn't really work for us, and left. And Evergreen came in with a business plan and a business model to find a way to squeeze more toothpaste out of the tube. And as we do, we find more and more and more ways to do that. It's working. The beauty is this plan is working. But I'd like to offer some help here that we're willing to have an annual director's review of our plan to monitor our continued success in meeting these guideposts that we're setting for ourselves through this plan. But as long as we own the equipment that we do, and as long as we employ the most competent individuals for final reclamation within the Raton Basin, our demonstrated costs are legitimate. And due to the substantial investment we made in the equipment for this field, and can be relied upon by the commission. We are only in the Raton Basin. We're not transferring this equipment anywhere else. We're not going anywhere else. And we're willing to review that with the director every year. And we're proposing that we notify the director of any material changes that would change this status. We commit to providing the commission with a list of all the wells we completed each year, and especially low producing and inactive status wells, and documenting this on each well's Form 5A post recompletion. Although it must be clear that with our business model, low producing and inactive wells simply represent an opportunity to us. They're not a problem. To wrap this up, however, my investors asked me, you've been active one way or the other in the Raton Basin for the last 25 years with $1.5 million blanket bond. Why does the state require more? And I've had to say in board meetings, because we do, period. We just do. So to wrap this session up, we've carefully laid out a $7.5 million financial assurance plan that we believe reflects the kind of operation we've built, coal bed methane in the Raton Basin, and still ensures the protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. At the same time, this financial commitment to the state allows us to continue reinvesting capital in our recompletion program, reversing or at least mitigating the decline rate in the basin, and continuing to better the environment in southeastern Colorado. And I have to go back to Los Animas County and look people like Mr. Luis Lopez, Mr. Ward McDonald, Mr. Lou Simpleman in the eye, and they know whether we're doing it right or not. And as we all gathered from their testimony earlier, they're not shy about sharing their thoughts and feelings and with you or with me. We're going to continue to do it right. We've offered something that we think is necessary and reasonable and consistent with our business model. And we hope we've been able to explain that. So thank you very much for your time.
Chair Robbins, we're now available for any questions you have. Otherwise, that concludes our case in chief.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any final questions for the panel from the commissioners? All right, commissioners, I would like to have a discussion with you about next steps. It has been a long day. It's 4:40. Are you inclined to start deliberating now? We do have tomorrow set aside, and we could come back in the morning. We could give folks a chance to look at their notes and sort of relook at everything given the testimony we had today. I say all that because that's my inclination, but I'm just one of four or one of five. Do other commissioners have thoughts about whether we want to start deliberating this afternoon? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a hard stop at 5 today, so I'm happy to start or to put a pause and do it tomorrow.
Well, I think if you've got a hard stop at 5, which is perfectly acceptable, I would be very much inclined to not start. I think we do, because I don't think we're going to get it done by 5. What are other commissioners think? Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, I think with a hard stop, I'd agree. I think it's generally helpful to at least have initial thoughts from other commissioners prior to taking the evening to think about it a little more, so that we can hear the perspective of different commissioners, because I always find that helpful in my determination of ultimately where I may go with a decision. But we may not have time for that.
I mean, I think we've got enough time to hear from you, Commissioner Messner, because I'm sure you got a lot of thoughts. I just get worried that we probably don't even have enough time to hear from all of us with initial ideas. The thing we can do too is we can ensure that our, that the panel here as well, and I also kind of want to hear from staff, and we've not had that opportunity as well. Maybe what we could do is we could see if staff wants to provide any perspective in the next 10-15 minutes, and then call it, and then come back in the morning at 9 and initiate deliberation. And I'm obviously making this up as we go here. Hearings Manager Larson or Deputy Director Cuthbertson, Director Murphy, did staff want to provide any thoughts to commissioners?
Oh, I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Cuthbertson to see if he has any desire to provide comment.
We have no prepared comments, Chair. I think that the line of questioning the commissioners pursued exposed the director's concerns that were in the director's recommendation. So I don't think we have anything to add.
Okay. Thank you. And that's perfectly fine. We've got the director's rec. I think given that, and given where we're at, Commissioner McGowan?
Yep, sorry. I just think if commissioners have 3-5 minutes of thoughts about where they're at and what they want everyone to think about tonight, I think we have time to fit that in, and I think it makes sense. I don't think we all have to go on a diatribe, but maybe talk a little bit in high levels what folks are thinking.
Well, start off, please.
I think Commissioner Messner could start, because I think he's got some thoughts.
Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief. I mean, I have some thoughts, but I have some thoughts. I think I'll couch it as thoughts I want you all to think about. As you're thinking about decisions tonight. But one is making sure we go back and honor the deliberations that we had during the financial assurance rulemaking and understand, what we intended for option 2 operators, what we intended for option 5 operators, what we intended for single well financial assurance, and what we intended for demonstrated costs. And so those are the things that I will be analyzing this evening in determining where I stand on this. I do think that the rules are clear. I do think the statement of basis and purpose is an essential piece to our rules and is something that needs to be taken, particularly as it elaborates exactly what the deliberations were during the financial assurance rulemaking as to what submittal requirements were necessary in order to prove up demonstrated costs. I also think it's important for us to remember and understand that option 2, as contemplated, was for operators in good financial standing and really was developed to create benefits to operators that were in good financial health. And so that's why there's $10,000 per well financial assurance blanket bond associated with an option 2 operator. And I also think, and so just I think about that. I think option 5 certainly does give you the opportunity to propose something different, but I also think that single well financial assurance and the MCF associated with that, I'm still where I'm at with the own resources, is that was intended to not be modified. And it was clear in the statement of basis of purpose that it was intended not to be modified. Having said that, this is a great option 5 operator. And so I will think about that as well tonight. But there are submittal requirements that are necessary in order to be able to prove up that option 5. And I'm not sure that has been met. I'll leave it at that for now. I have more thoughts.
Okay.
That's short.
Thank you for that. My initial thoughts are that I do believe that this operator should become an option 5 operator. I think that the application of option 2 to them is not reasonable or necessary. I think that they have a different operational model that does not fit within options 1 through 4. And I think they get penalized if you apply strictly option 2 because of the number of wells that are low producing. I struggle though with, if it's not option 2 and it's option 5, I struggle with the same thing Mr. Martin was struggling with, which is there's not a lot of guidance that tells us how we go about creating a protective financial assurance structure for an operator that doesn't, in my opinion, fit the options that are more categoric. I have a little struggle with the demonstrated cost piece as well. And I'm not sure where we go in terms of trying to determine the adequate financial assurance model under option 5. And so those are the things that I'll be contemplating over the evening. Others? Commissioner McGowan?
See, I just don't like going first. I agree with a lot of what that has been said, and I think part of what I do think they're an appropriate option 5. I think that they've demonstrated financial health, and that's an important piece to our deliberations. I do think some information is lacking as to demonstrated costs, and or some pretty big liberties have been taken with demonstrated costs, and that is concerning for me. And I will echo Commissioner Mesner's thoughts about statement of basis and purpose and what the commission was worried about or contemplated as part of financial assurance and the long-term planning for the retirement of the assets. And I don't see that piece here at all. And that is concerning to me about how that's going to get folded in or how we will assure that that will be there. The only other option 5 that has come before us was OWN, and it was a very different model. So it's like comparing apples and kumquats. So I do want us to contemplate what that long-term retirement plan looks like.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with what's been said so far. And I think what's troubling me really is that this is a proposed demonstrated cost financial assurance plan that's not truly based on demonstrated cost, but rather mostly financial health and a unique business plan. And so it really is, it makes it difficult to make a decision based on adequately presented demonstrated costs. And I think the bottom line for me is that adequate financial assurance is needed for these wells. You know, I think the recompletion plan, the unique approach of this operator should have some bearing on, you know, the timing and potentially the amounts of what will be needed. And I think could foster lots more discussion, you know, specific to different approaches for demonstrated costs or different analyses of what should be considered a low producing well. But it's difficult for me to make a decision on demonstrated costs based on the demonstrated costs data that's been provided. So those are my primary general thoughts.
Any last thoughts, Commissioner Cross?
Sure, and I'll be brief because I feel like all my fellow commissioners have provided a lot of my same thoughts. I do concur. I believe that Evergreen Natural Resources should be under the option 5. I think that, as has been stated, I think that trying to, you know, kind of box them in with the what is low producing and what should be done and how it's done doesn't really fit. I do think that they are in a good financial situation. I applaud kind of thinking outside the box and going for making sure to recomplete to try and make sure that we do get the resources out in an efficient manner. And as was talked about in public comment, helping the people in Los Animas County and really showing that different types of business plans can be successful. I think as has been stated, I think some of my concerns are about some of the information provided and some of the information that may or may not have been provided, particularly with respect to demonstrated cost as well as the asset retirement. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. That was helpful. Good idea. Commissioner Ackerman?
So sorry for the double take here, Mr. Chair, but I know that staff didn't have thoughts prepared tonight. I don't know if you were headed down this road. I wouldn't mind hearing some general thoughts from staff as well, if you think that might be appropriate in the morning.
I mean, sure. That direction is now sent to staff. I'm not sure that we're going to glean additional information, but that message can be sent and we'll see what we hear in the morning. So I think that we're kind of done for the day. I know that at least one commissioner has a commitment from 10 to 11 tomorrow, which would stop us from being able to deliberate during that time frame. I, as one commissioner, could certainly start at 8:30 if we wanted to try to have a vigorous hour and a half before we have to take a break. Or we can start at 9, take the break at 10 to 11, and then come back at 11. I'm not wed to either process.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have quite a full day tomorrow as well with a number of meetings, and the earlier the better for me would allow me to participate in other responsibilities.
I would concur. Earlier the better for me. So I don't know who has. I mean, I'm open to starting at 8 if we want to start at 8. You know, I think our deliberations will take an hour or so, and then we'd be done before the commissioner conflict at 10.
All right. Commissioner McGowan?
Sorry, I need an 8:30. I have a school drop off. Sorry.
Okay, let's call it at 8:30. Mr. Martin, will you and your witnesses be available? Hopefully you are aware that we likely would end up in tomorrow as well. You're muted.
All right, someone's messing with my system here, and it's been a very long day. All of us will be available for your, all of us will be available tomorrow, Chair Robbins, and if the staff would like to testify, we would certainly welcome that. We have some questions for them if they do.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I would move that we adjourn for the afternoon and take this docket back up tomorrow morning at 8:30. Docket being 221100286. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn for the afternoon and reconvene at 8:30 in the morning. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll see everybody at 8:30 in the morning. Thanks.